I remember it was the summer right before I started my third year of high school. Since I was little, I'd been going to sleepaway camps each summer, and this year was no different. But this time, I was in a unique program where we'd be hiking a stretch of the Appalachian Trail for about 2 weeks, instead of staying on a traditional campsite. This was totally new for me, but I was thrilled since I love adventures. So it was me, 2 female counselors, and 9 other girls on the trip. A few days in, we were just starting to know each other better and already felt pretty comfortable. One day, we stopped for lunch by a small spring near the trail. The spot was close to where the path crossed a road. While we ate, we noticed an old, beat-up van passing by repeatedly along the same stretch of road. No one really commented, but we all saw it. After a few minutes of this back and forth, the van finally pulled off onto the trail, near where we were sitting. It just stayed there. We all assumed the driver was lost or looking for something, so no one spoke up. Eventually, a man got out, ran over to us and shouted, "Does anyone here know first aid? My stepbrother's having some kind of seizure." Immediately, our 2 counselors jumped up and ran with him back to the van. After they'd been gone for a bit, we started to feel uneasy. Someone mentioned that they could have sworn they saw that van a few times earlier, and if it was an emergency, why would he specify stepbrother? Our counselors finally returned, but they looked strangely quiet. We asked what happened, but they didn't say much. Then the man came back over holding these odd puppet toys. They were kind of like Halloween decorations you'd set out on a porch, but there was no candy or treats. He began asking us questions, but we all just sat there eating in silence. Then he said, in a creepy tone, "My puppet likes girls," and told us it could talk, pressing a button on its foot. Eventually, he went back to his van, sat there with the door open, and played loud music for what felt like forever. After a while, he finally drove off and we packed up quickly and left too. While it wasn't exactly terrifying, it set the stage for the odd things that kept happening that day. We continued our hike down the Appalachian Trail, chatting about the strange man, and started swapping spooky stories until we reached our camp for the night. We got there early, so we had plenty of daylight left. Being a bunch of teenagers, we got restless and wandered around the area. We even flirted a little with a group of boys camping nearby, but they lost interest and left. Eventually, we decided to play a game called Tag and Chase. The game wasn't really important, but it's usually better with a big group. Just then, 3 guys wandered over to us, introducing themselves. They weren't the same boys we'd seen earlier, but they seemed friendly, so one of the girls invited them to join in. During breaks, people shared stories and got to know each other, even us girls who had been talking nonstop the whole trip. Out of nowhere, one of the guys mentioned that 2 of them were transitioning. I honestly had no issue with it and fully believe people should live openly, but it was just unexpected. Then they started talking about a reality show they were planning to make about 3 trans friends living in New York, with the 3rd guy pretending to be trans for the show. It just felt random since we barely knew them. Later, while they were chatting among themselves, they started laughing, and one blurted out, "That's funny, because your dad's in jail." By this point, we were all feeling a bit uncomfortable. To break the tension, one of the girls decided to share the story of the strange puppet man we met earlier. They laughed and told us that he was actually their uncle, and he'd dropped them off that morning. Soon after, they said they were tired and returned to their tent. We were relieved and went back to whatever we were doing. Later, a few of the girls passed by their tent on the way to the bathroom and heard them singing pop songs, then heard one yell, "Tickle fight!" That night, a heavy rainstorm hit, and by morning, their tent was gone. We were surprised because we typically woke up at sunrise. Just before we left camp, I noticed a folded piece of paper on a tree stump near our tent. It read, "We got soaked and ditched our stuff. We'll miss you all and the awesome memories. Love, the strange guys who get no respect." I couldn't decide if the weirdest part was that they told us all those random details or that they were actually related to that puppet man. About 3 years ago, in Phoenix, my partner and I, who'd been planning it for years, turned 29. We sold all our belongings, including my car, packed his old Jeep, and set out to explore the US and Canada. We might be considered nomads, as we often follow pleasant weather, find state parks, and venture into remote trails for days at a time. My brother teases us, calling us off-grid wanderers. Although we don't fully live off the grid, we keep things minimal. One prepaid phone we use for emergencies and family updates, and one laptop that I use for work. I'm a freelance writer, mostly creating web content and technical reports for a tech company. The whole point of this setup is to stay debt-free and keep expenses low. We only use public Wi-Fi, so once or twice a week, we head to a town with a coffee shop. This background helps paint a picture of our simple lifestyle. Neither of us uses social media much, and we're pretty unfamiliar with most of it. Last summer, we decided to take a trip to hike in the Ozarks. Arkansas isn't usually known for backcountry hiking, but we'd read that the area had some stunning scenery, and it does. The park rules were relaxed, we didn't need a permit, and there were just basic guidelines, so we planned a 6-day hike, 3 days in, 3 days out. During the hike, we didn't see a single person. One evening, as we were looking for a spot to camp, we veered about half a mile off trail, following what looked like an animal path. There, we stumbled upon a green tent, barely visible in the undergrowth. We usually enjoy meeting fellow campers to share stories and experiences. So, from about 30 feet away, my partner called out to announce our presence. No response, no movement or sound. Assuming the tent's owner was out or just didn't want company, we moved on, setting up camp a bit farther away. The next day passed quietly, and we completely forgot about the tent. But on the 5th day, as we were heading back, we came across that same green tent again. This time, the tent flap was slightly open. My partner called out once more, but there was still no response. He felt something was off and suggested checking it out, just in case someone might need help. I was hesitant, knowing there are sometimes reclusive people in remote areas who prefer not to be disturbed and even carry firearms. He assured me we'd be cautious, and if anything, we could offer a peace gesture before moving on. As we approached, an overpowering smell hit us. It was unmistakably the smell of decay. My partner stopped, turned to me and said, "If we find a body..." My stomach dropped. We edged closer and the smell got worse. I was sure we'd find someone's remains in there, but instead, we saw a disturbing sight. Outside the tent, there was a dead deer. Its legs appeared to have been partially cut, then brutally torn away. Flies swarmed the mess. Inside the tent was the deer's torso and head, wrapped in a stained blue blanket. The blanket was soaked in blood near where the legs had been. The deer lay on its side, facing the tent's entry, with its mouth and other areas showing signs of terrible injuries. Next to it were a nearly empty bottle of baby oil and an old, dirty towel. I was horrified and started crying, begging my partner to leave. All he could say was, "What in the world?" And we turned and ran. We went back to the trail, kept moving until dusk, and set up camp without venturing far off the path. We didn't light a fire or use our headlamps. We just sat in the dark, whispering and going over what we'd seen. Every noise made us jump, and I was terrified the person responsible for that tent would find us. Just before sunrise, we packed up and left. On our way out, we stopped by the ranger station to report what we had encountered. The young ranger looked almost as shaken as we were. He took notes and listened intently as my partner pointed out the location on a map. We hadn't considered how the deer might have died. It hadn't looked like it was shot, and the blanket obscured most of it. Since that incident, we've shortened our trips to 4 days and become far more cautious around other campsites. never approaching unattended tents. Around 6 years ago, when I was about 12, my older brother, who was 26 at the time, decided to take me on a camping trip. He had been in the U.S. Army for a few years and was about to head out on his second deployment to the Middle East. My brother was a Special Forces sergeant, having recently finished the Army's grueling training course a few months before, and wasn't someone you'd want to mess with. Since we both loved the outdoors, he thought it would be nice to spend some time together backpacking in the Sipsey Wilderness in northern Alabama before he left for nearly a year. For the first couple of days, everything was smooth, but on the third night, things took a turn. It was around 8 p.m., and we were sitting by the campfire, having dinner and chatting about things like sports and school. Our camp was set about 50 yards from a large stream and similarly far from a main trail. In the warm Alabama summer evening, two men who looked to be in their mid-20s wandered into our camp and asked if we'd seen any wild hogs. It wasn't a strange question since wild hogs are common in the area, and we had actually spotted a few earlier. Though they were polite, my brother quietly referred to them as good old boys, and I felt a bit uneasy around them. They were dressed shabbily, with unkempt hair and rough beards, looking like characters from an old rural movie. They hung around a little too long, asking us how long we'd been out there and when we planned to leave. After an uncomfortable few minutes, they finally left. I wasn't scared exactly, but something didn't feel right. Several hours later, after we'd gone to bed, I was woken up by the sound of dogs barking close by. I nudged my brother, and he whispered that he'd been listening to them getting closer for a while. My heart was pounding. He whispered that it was likely hunters using dogs to track hogs, which made me feel a bit better, but it was still unsettling. Surprisingly, I managed to fall back asleep. Around 2 a.m., my brother woke me up again, telling me to put on my shoes and follow him quietly. He looked serious, and I could still hear the barking and distant voices. We crept about 50 yards into the woods, where he instructed me to stay low and quiet. I was breathing heavily with nerves, while he was calm and composed, his eyes fixed on our campsite. Then I noticed he had a pistol in his hand. After a while, a group of 5 men and 3 or 4 dogs approached our campsite, some carrying rifles or shotguns. I was terrified. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but my brother later told me they were talking about us. They lingered for a while, shining flashlights around, before moving off. My brother leaned over and whispered instructions in my ear. If they came toward us, he wanted me to run off the trail and follow flashing lights he would guide me to later. He handed me a flashlight with a red filter, explaining that it would help me see without being easily spotted. I was terrified but also felt reassured by his confidence in me. Suddenly, the men started shouting and fired a few shots randomly into the woods. My brother pulled me down, shielding me behind the hill. After a few tense minutes, a siren blared and flashing emergency lights appeared. My brother had called in help on a satellite phone we kept for emergencies, and the Forest Service had sent officers to our area. When the game warden arrived, my brother signaled him, and they chased the men away. Once it was safe, we packed up and rode back to the main trailhead with the game warden. On the way back, my brother told me how proud he was of me for staying calm, and he said we could tell our parents if I wanted. I decided not to, fearing they might never let me go camping again. Up in the Carson Forest region, our family has owned a cabin for a long time. My sister and I would spend our summers there growing up. It's a beautiful, green escape from our dusty ranch in West Texas. The cool mountain air was always a relief from the heat, and our dad, a former military man, taught us everything from survival skills to self-defense. We learned to hunt, fish, and hike as a family, exploring old cabins, abandoned mines, and the historical Big Ditch Water project that I think dates back to the late 1800s. Those summers were always full of adventure. This story happened when I was in college and my sister was still in high school. My dad stayed back for work, visiting us every few weeks. We spent our days on hiking trails, exploring the mountains, while our mom usually painted around the property or in town. One summer day, late June or early July, we decided to hike to a favorite spot, Lost Lake. It's a peaceful lake, heart-shaped when viewed from a certain angle. Both of us packed light water, snacks, and hammocks for relaxing at the lake once we arrived. As we hiked, we each carried a small knife, just like our dad taught us. The trail to Lost Lake branches off from the Middle Fork Lake Trail, which we took. We came across a few hikers heading to Middle Fork, but it looked like we'd have Lost Lake all to ourselves, which was perfect. When we reached Lost Lake, the area was empty and the lake was a beautiful shade of emerald green. We wandered along the shore and soon headed into the woods a bit to find a nice spot to set up. Just as we stepped into the trees, my sister whispered, "Do you smell that?" I did. A strong, unmistakable scent of blood, mixed with the smell of a dead animal. We came across the source of the smell, a deer carcass surrounded by its own organs, arranged in a strange circle with small stacks of rocks between them. This wasn't a typical gutting. It looked intentional, almost ritualistic. It made me uneasy. As we tried to process what we were seeing, my sister froze. She whispered my name, and that's when we saw him. A man, covered in blood and barely dressed, was standing about 20 feet away, watching us. He looked wild, like he had just crawled out of the carcass itself. My dad's advice flashed through my mind. Stay calm. Take control if you can. So, in an attempt to stay calm, I called out, "Hey, good kill. Did you use a bow?" He didn't respond, just stared with wide, unblinking eyes, as if in a trance. I showed him my knife on my belt, subtly letting him know we weren't defenseless. He was filthy, with wild eyes, probably in his 30s, but it was hard to tell. He didn't move or make a sound, almost as if he thought he was invisible. Not wanting to push our luck, we slowly backed toward the lake, keeping an eye on him until he was out of sight. My sister was visibly shaking, and we quickly began hiking back down the trail. I kept checking behind us, making sure he wasn't following. Suddenly, we felt small pebbles hitting us. Someone, likely him, was throwing them at us, though I couldn't see him. My sister started panicking, and I tried to stay defiant, yelling, "Go back to your deer!" But then he began barking and growling, a disturbing, animalistic sound that sent chills down our spines. He trailed us like that, growling and barking, but never stepping into sight. Finally, as we neared the junction with the Middle Fork Trail, the noises stopped, and he seemed to disappear. We hiked quickly down, shaken and anxious. My sister was silent, but I could tell she was terrified. Once home, we told our parents. Our dad didn't take it lightly. He drilled us in close contact defense and banned us from hiking alone ever again. Later, we learned our mom had called some nearby residents, and a few of them went up to investigate. They found the carcass and a couple of empty hiker backpacks, but no sign of the man. There was also a makeshift campsite deeper in the woods, which had recently been abandoned. That experience haunted us, and for years, my sister refused to return to that trail. For me, it left a lingering unease in the woods I'd grown up loving, making it hard to forget the chilling encounter with that stranger in the forest. A few weeks back, my girlfriend Sarah and I decided to check out a hiking trail near Santa Monica on a whim. Originally, we had a different trail in mind, but due to traffic, we realized it was too far and went with a closer option that we found on Yelp. After parking and finding the trail entrance, we set off to see a supposedly beautiful 3-tier waterfall, though we knew there might not be much water because of the California drought. During our hike, we passed by 3 guys, 2 of whom were shirtless and covered in dirt. They greeted us, and Sarah joked that they looked a bit suspicious, like they were up to something. To be safe, I handed her my spare knife, which I always bring just in case. We continued hiking, reached the waterfall area, and started heading back. As we made our way down the trail, we suddenly heard loud crunching noises, like leaves being stepped on aggressively, coming from the direction of a steep ravine nearby. We stopped, turned, and listened, trying to figure out what was causing the sound. I suggested that maybe a tree was falling, as we'd seen a few trees with exposed roots nearby. Sarah disagreed, whispering, "That doesn't sound like a tree falling." The noise, a swoosh swoosh sound, started getting closer, and it seemed like whatever was making it was climbing up the ravine toward us. Just then, I saw some tall bushes shaking wildly near us, and I yelled to Sarah, "Run!" We bolted down the trail, with the noise growing louder as it followed us. It even seemed like it might try to cut us off. During the chase, I realized Sarah should be in front since she's faster and more agile than me. I grabbed her arm, quickly pulled her forward, and told her to keep running. As we ran, I made the classic horror movie mistake of glancing back to see if we were still being chased, only to see a large bush moving behind us. It was taller than me, and I'm around 5 feet 4 inches. I turned back and ran even faster. In my hurry, I missed a dip in the trail and twisted my ankle, slowing me down. Sarah noticed and slowed too, but I told her to keep going. Eventually, we stopped to catch our breath, drink some water, and process what had just happened. I asked her to take out the knife I'd given her, while I held onto my small pocket knife. We talked through a plan in case we encountered the thing again. She'd stay in front to get help, while I held back since I'd practiced some self-defense techniques. We kept walking, trying to stay calm, and I teased Sarah, saying, "This is where being a sprinter comes in handy." Right then, we heard that swoosh swoosh noise again. Without hesitation, we took off running once more. At one point, we saw 2 people up ahead on the trail, which made us feel a bit safer. Sarah put her knife away, while I tried to discreetly hide my tiny knife so I wouldn't look like a weirdo. Finally, as we got closer to other hikers and their dogs, we felt more at ease. When we reached the trail's end and got back to the street, we drank more water and discussed what had just happened. Sarah thought it might have been one of the guys we'd seen earlier, joking around to scare us. We don't know what it really was, but after looking up information on the area later, we found an article mentioning that coyotes had been spotted nearby. Though Sarah was easily spooked, I tried to reassure her that it might have just been a coyote. But honestly, whatever was chasing us felt way too big and fast to be one. Whatever it was, it didn't stop until we were safely off the trail. Around 9 months ago, my partner and I had just bought a new boxer puppy, about 6 months old, to keep our 3-year-old Labrador company. We thought it'd be fun to take both dogs on a walk in the countryside. Living near a large city in northeastern England, close to a river that flows to the sea, we picked a quiet area north of the river for our walk. When we reached a small village near an old World War II military fort, we decided to walk by it and explore the patches of forest close to a nature reserve. We walked along a grassy hill toward the trees, and suddenly, my partner pointed out 2 young men who were walking up the bank from the woods at an angle, almost as if they were trying to intercept us. The 2 young men looked dusty and wore camouflage pants, and I wondered if they were part of a reenactment event. At first, I thought they would pass by, but as they got closer, it seemed like they were coming directly toward us. They were about 10 feet away when one of them spoke up. The way he spoke still unsettles me, as he showed no concern for politeness or clarity. He asked where we planned to go, and we replied that we hadn't decided and would explore as we went. Looking disappointed, he suggested we follow his route through the woods to a spot he claimed was perfect for sightseeing, with benches to sit on. While he explained, the other guy kept an intense watch on our 2 dogs. as if he wanted to keep them constantly in view. Unfamiliar with the area and not having seen other dog walkers, we followed the young man's suggestion and headed toward an opening he pointed out. The woods blocked about a third of the sunlight, and when I glanced back, I noticed the two men hadn't left but were watching us as we walked into the forest. The path seemed artificial, as if it had been cleared for walking. A couple of minutes into the trail, our Labrador started sniffing behind a bush. Initially, we thought nothing of it, as both dogs often sniff around wherever we go. However, she began sniffing a spot intensely and rolled on the ground. We approached, and she was sniffing at what looked like pieces of a broken rubber mask with a brown-red stain on it. It was disturbing, and my partner quickly pulled her away as flies buzzed around it. Farther into the walk, the trail narrowed, lined by trees and bushes. We could see a turn ahead, and we agreed that if it led nowhere, we'd turn back. I walked ahead, reaching for my phone to take a picture of the woods, when I felt several small pricks on my neck, chin, and part of my face. Gasping, I alerted my partner, who, alarmed, told me to stand still as he carefully removed thin strings from my face. Someone had set up fishing lines with hooks tied to a tree along the path. Understandably, we felt terrified, confused, and angry. After that, we rushed back to the car and drove home. As we left, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror, and I swear I caught a glimpse of something watching us from the edge of the road. Last year, I went hiking in a national park in Virginia, planning a day trip with two friends. Later in the afternoon, one friend started feeling sick and decided to head back. The other friend accompanied him to ensure he'd be okay, and they both encouraged me to go on since I'd been excited about the hike. By evening, I came to a small clearing in the woods. There, on a makeshift table surrounded by tools and cans of spray paint, was a large, detailed dollhouse about 3 feet tall. The walls and windows were open, like it was freshly built and left to dry. The smell of spray paint lingered around it. On the back of the house was an old family photo, probably from the 80s. The people in the picture looked uncomfortable, as if they didn't want to be there. Not scared, just uneasy. I moved on, hoping to reach my campsite before dark. As I continued, a strong gust of wind swept through the trees. In the distance, I heard a loud crack as a branch broke and crashed to the forest floor, startling me. When I arrived at my campsite, I still felt uneasy because of the dollhouse. I decided not to camp out in the open in case whoever was working on it came back. Luckily, I had a small one-person tent just big enough to lie down in. I set it up behind a thick clump of brush and a tall rock formation. This spot kept me hidden and also blocked some of the cold winds coming down from the mountains. The sound of the wind moving through the forest was calming, and I quickly drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly, unsure of what had disturbed me. It was pitch dark, and I had a strange feeling that someone was nearby. I stayed still, listening carefully over the sound of the wind. Somewhere in the distance, I heard a man's voice, harsh and fast at first, then softer. I couldn't make out his words, but I could tell he was talking to himself, scolding in a low, erratic tone. Then his voice softened, as if he were answering himself. I lay there, barely breathing, as his footsteps grew closer, crashing through the underbrush. He passed just a few feet away from where I was hiding, close enough that I could see his silhouette in the faint moonlight. He was tall, probably around 6 feet 6 inches, and heavily built, carrying something long and rolled up, maybe another tent. I heard him muttering about someone's face haunting him. Then his voice shifted into a strange, childlike tone as he started talking about cheese and crackers. It was clear he wasn't in his right mind. Eventually, he wandered off, and his voice faded into the distance. I barely slept the rest of the night. As soon as daylight broke, I packed up quickly and hiked back toward town. On my way back, I passed by the clearing, but the dollhouse was gone. Walking the Pacific Ridge Trail. Now, for those unfamiliar, this is a well-traveled path, and there's a whole community built around it, with drinks and snacks often found at popular rest areas. One of my friends even met her husband while hiking solo on the trail, so given that sense of camaraderie, my friend felt pretty secure starting out on her journey. For the first few nights, she camped alongside different groups she encountered, and all was well. Campers shared stories, laughed, had drinks, toasted marshmallows, and enjoyed the usual camping rituals. The first evening she chose to camp alone, things felt a bit off. She was a little unsettled but shrugged it off, figuring it was just nerves after having such a good time surrounded by others. Over the next 3 nights, she camped solo, and her unease grew. The feeling that someone or something might be watching her started to creep in. She also thought some of her belongings didn't seem quite where she'd left them in the morning, but wasn't totally certain. The uneasiness became so intense that she decided to camp near others again for a few nights, feeling slightly silly about her worries. Afterward, she tried solo camping again, but the sense of being watched returned and was so strong she decided to end her trek early. At the next stop, she headed home, explaining to friends that she'd twisted her ankle because she felt embarrassed to admit it was just a gut feeling that made her turn back. A few weeks later, reminiscing about the trip, she looked through the pictures on her camera, which she hadn't touched since her return. She found the shots of the beautiful scenery and friends she'd met along the trail. Then, unexpectedly, there was a photo of her sleeping in her tent. She figured someone she'd met might have taken it as a joke since she couldn't recall that night or place specifically. As she flipped through, there were more photos of her asleep, some at campsites where she'd been completely alone. She soon realized there was a picture from every solo camp she'd made on the trip, each one showing her sound asleep in her tent. Safe to say, she let go of her solo hiking plans after that. This version keeps the story's structure and length but changes details like the trail name, relationships, and activities slightly to avoid direct copying. A few years ago in Scotland, a couple of friends and I took a night bus from Liverpool to Dumfries, gearing up for a week of camping in the wild. Unlike traditional camping with tents, wild camping involves creating a simple shelter out of ponchos or tarps and then sleeping on the ground. It's tough, but that's part of the appeal. Around 5 a.m., with barely any sleep, we found ourselves stumbling through the Scottish countryside. We managed to take a wrong turn almost immediately, facing about 6.5 miles or 9 hours of walking. I couldn't believe we'd messed up so soon, despite the early hour. We looked like quite the odd group when we flagged down a passing cyclist to ask for directions. He was friendly, helped us out, and soon we were on track again. As we rounded a corner, we spotted a war memorial, a useful landmark for navigation. The silence there was broken only by some low sounds of the countryside, so we decided to set down our packs on benches near the memorial and rest. This spot was at a crossroads, which reminded me of old stories about people being buried at crossroads, giving me an odd, unsettling feeling. Under the warm, golden light of early morning, we continued southwest toward Gargan Bridge. The roadside was narrow, so we often had to step onto the road. To our left, we saw our first rabbit, which we took as a lucky sign. We mimed aiming and shooting at it with our fingers, making sounds and joking around until it spotted us and dashed into the bushes. Carrying on, we passed a rather garish sign for a stone cottage that featured 2 fake-looking swords. One of us muttered, "Only in Scotland." Eventually, we reached Gargan Bridge and crossed over a small stream near an old blacksmith's shop. Moving uphill past a local high school, we followed a farm track. Making good time, we passed grazing animals, though the fields were quiet without any farmhands in sight. The farmer's house was neat, but the cattle shed nearby looked worn down, likely inhabited by bats and other wildlife. Sheep and young lambs noticed us and darted away. Navigating past the cattle shed, we clambered over a couple of fences to avoid a large tank of farm waste. This detour led us to another fence, an electrified one. "Is this electric?" someone asked. Following the wire with my eyes, I spotted a battery unit nearby, too high to jump over and impossible to crawl under with our heavy packs. I grimaced at the idea of touching it. I grabbed a large piece of wood and, avoiding fresh cow dung like landmines, used the wood to pin down the fence so we could step over it. As I crossed, I heard a faint buzzing. After that, we trudged across 2 more fields, climbing fences between them. I took out my phone to record the climb as we ascended the first of many hills. The packs felt twice as heavy as we leaned forward, taking small, labored steps to maintain balance. By the time we reached the steepest part, the joke stopped, and we silently focused on pushing ourselves up the hill. I was starving when we finally arrived at our planned rest stop, close to where we'd camped on a previous trip. We dropped our packs, sore from the trek, as my friend Corky took off his soaked shirt, steam visibly rising from his shoulders. "Look at that!" Martin, our other friend, laughed, pointing out the steam. We all laughed, taking out food and tobacco. Martin and I had oatcakes with cheese spread, and we shared coffee brewed from a small portable stove, which would become our lifeline over the next week. Corky changed into dry clothes and eyed a can of breakfast beans, reading off the ingredients while we relaxed in the cool shade, taking in the view and smoking. It was only 7 a.m., but we felt like it was later due to the lack of sleep. We estimated we'd reach our next destination by around 10 a.m., but Corky wasn't sure we'd make it, still wary from our earlier wrong turn. After trekking steadily over the ridge, we finally reached a small cluster of houses, another key landmark. Deciding to take a shortcut, we crossed a field of cows, partially to avoid a different electric fence. Halfway across, we noticed the cows watching us. At first, their stares didn't seem intimidating, but as more cows turned their heads to look, I slowed down. "They're watching us," I said. "They're just curious," Martin replied, but the cows kept coming closer, then broke into a trot, then a clumsy run. Alarmed, Corky started to back away, and I looked around for an escape. "Run!" he shouted, but our heavy packs made any attempt at running a hobble. I glanced at an enclosure with an electric fence, deciding that a shock might be better than getting trampled. "Don't run!" Martin yelled, and my body reacted immediately. We stopped, turned, and spread our arms wide to appear bigger. The cows slowed down, some stopping, while the rest seemed to hesitate. A voice called from the other side of the field. It was the farmer, telling us to walk along the edge of the field to the gate. Following his directions, we moved slowly, arms outstretched, while the cows crowded around for a closer look. They jostled and even climbed over each other to see us, but we stayed calm, repeating to ourselves that everything was fine. Finally, we climbed over the gate, relieved. The farmer was still there, telling us the cows were just curious. "Just keep along this road here and you'll be fine," he said, giving us directions to our next stop. Since then, every time I tell the story, people laugh, but it really scared us at the time. We learned later that cows are actually responsible for more yearly deaths than sharks, often due to hikers cutting through fields and getting trampled. So, the next time you think about taking a shortcut across a field, make sure it's empty. You might just avoid an unexpected scare. Once a year, my stepdad's family holds a small camping reunion down in North Carolina. My mom's been married to him for nearly 5 years now, so I've been to a few of these gatherings when my job schedule allows. The first one I attended was soon after their wedding. With just my younger sister and me, We packed my stepdad's SUV with camping supplies and set off for the 8-hour drive from our home in Cincinnati to his hometown in North Carolina. We just crossed into Kentucky when we made our first stop to fuel up. We all hopped out of the SUV to stretch and used the restroom while my stepdad handed an elderly attendant some cash to pump the gas. After I returned from the restroom, I started chatting with the attendant, who was friendly at first, asking where we were going and for how long. But when I mentioned camping, his expression changed. "Always show respect in the wild," he cautioned. "Nature doesn't forgive. Leave only your footprints, no trash. The forest has its way of letting you know if you're unwelcome." I assured him we'd be careful and clean up after ourselves, but he didn't seem reassured. Once he finished, he quietly returned to his seat. Several hours later, deep into North Carolina, we made another rest stop close to the campground. This place was a wildlife preserve that doubled as a truck stop, with an information board about local animals and plants. In the corner of the board, I noticed the words "Respect Nature" scratched into the plastic, the exact words that the gas station attendant had told me. It was eerie, but I chalked it up to coincidence. After all, he was far from here by now. I decided not to mention it to my mom or stepdad, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks. We eventually reached the campsite, greeted the extended family with hugs, and started setting up a large, comfortable tent where we'd be staying. Afterward, we joined everyone for barbecue. My stepdad's family was just as kind as he was, and I have to say he was a much better role model than my real dad. I was glad my mom had found someone so supportive and good for her. That night, we gathered around a fire while my step-uncle played guitar and sang old songs. When it was time to turn in, we headed to our tent, but found something on the grass at the entrance: a dead bird. My sister was disturbed. The bird had started to decay, and a heavy, awful smell hung around. My stepdad joked to lighten the mood, then used a stick to remove the bird from the campsite. I noticed him pulling something from under its wing. A note, maybe. When I asked, he shrugged it off, claiming he didn't find anything, but his expression seemed unsettled. The next morning, some family members mentioned hearing footsteps outside their tents in the early hours. They tried to find out if anyone had been wandering or sleepwalking, but no one claimed responsibility. This made everyone a bit uneasy. The second night was less eventful, with no mysterious footsteps. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to my sister's voice in the dark. It sounded like she was talking to herself, which wasn't unusual for her. But there was no flashlight, no book. I strained my ears to hear and finally recognized what she was whispering. It was a word-for-word recital of the information from the wildlife board we'd seen at the rest stop. She was using terms I knew she didn't know. Eventually, she went quiet, but I was too unsettled to fall back asleep. The next morning, I awoke to my stepdad's voice sounding tense. I stepped outside to see everyone packing up in silence, though we'd planned to stay another few nights. My stepdad asked me to help load up quickly, and his expression made it clear I shouldn't ask questions. By noon, we were on the road back to Ohio. Relieved, I kept quiet on the way home, though I was bursting with questions about what had happened. I wanted to know what my stepdad had found under the bird, but I waited until we got home. Later that evening, I found my stepdad alone in the living room. He guessed my question before I asked and admitted there was a note with the bird. It had said, "Leave now." He'd dismissed it as a prank, maybe by teenagers or by a cousin who didn't like that he'd moved north, so he'd ignored it. I asked if he'd heard my sister's strange sleep talking, but from his confused look, I knew he hadn't. Then he told me what had actually caused everyone to leave so suddenly. A cousin he suspected of leaving the note had woken up early, stepped out to relieve himself, and saw something near the fire pit. A dead deer, left as some kind of message. He woke my stepdad to help move it before others saw, but that wasn't the most disturbing part. Whoever had left the deer had carved something into its skin while it was still alive, as the cuts were marked with clotted blood, not fresh wounds. Just 2 words. I asked what they said. He sighed, unable to meet my eyes. "Final warning," he replied. "Thank you for listening. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to be notified about future stories. Got a story to share? Submit it to my forum, and it might be featured in the next episode. Join my community to discuss and share stories directly. And if you want to support my work, consider early access on Patreon for just $1 per month or check out the merch. For longer stories, tune in to my podcast on Spotify or Apple. Thanks again, and see you next time. A group of friends went on a camping trip in the rugged highlands of northern Scotland. The journey was challenging. The weather was harsh, and the landscape was even more unforgiving. Still, the trip was a success. No one was injured or lost, and nothing remotely unsettling occurred. That is, until the last night. After 5 exhausting nights in the mountains, they returned to the small Scottish village where they were to catch a bus. By the time they arrived, they were completely drained, both physically and emotionally. Days of little food and sleep had left them in rough shape. When they saw a small, greasy cafe, they were almost moved to tears. They attracted some stares from the locals, but it was understandable. They were a mess with bloodshot eyes, unwashed hair, and smoky clothes from nights huddled around a campfire. The villagers were friendly, though, and the cafe owner chatted with them, showing pride in their admiration for the highlands. Full and warm, they left the cafe and headed to the only pub in town. The pub was equally welcoming, staying open an hour later than usual to let them stay warm while they waited for their late-night bus. With about 20 minutes before their bus was due, they thanked the bar staff and started toward the village's single bus stop, which was located next to a small bridge crossing the river. The street lights in the village barely worked, casting dim glows, but they could still make out the bridge's outline. As they waited, the minutes ticked by, and they grew eager to get home to hot showers, soft beds, and a proper meal. Suddenly, they heard a grunting sound coming from the other side of the river. At first, they ignored it, assuming it was nothing. But the noise grew louder, sounding more like an angry voice. Eventually, curiosity got the better of one of them, who walked up the bridge to take a look. They could hear his heavy steps on the metal bridge, and moments later, he came hurrying back, panic in his eyes, whispering, "Grab your stuff now. Move," though initially thinking it was a prank. One look at his terrified face made them realize he was serious. Soon, they heard footsteps echoing across the bridge, getting closer. Someone was rushing toward them, making the same angry noises they'd heard before. Not taking any chances, they grabbed their bags and quickly moved into a dark alley, watching the bridge from their hiding place. Then they saw him, a man stumbling down the bridge with something metallic glinting in his hand. "Is that a machete?" One of them whispered in disbelief. As if sensing them, the man pointed the large blade toward their alley and shouted, "You!" before charging toward them. Without a second thought, they bolted, sprinting down the narrow, dark street. They didn't know where they were going, but anywhere seemed better than being near this armed stranger. Luckily, the one in the lead suggested they loop around the block so they wouldn't miss the bus. The bus schedule was limited, and the next one wouldn't come for days. Faced with the difficult choice of either risking a confrontation or being stranded in the middle of nowhere, they devised a plan to return to the bus stop cautiously. Moving in pairs, they covered each other as they made their way back. They thought they'd lost him and started to relax, but soon their anxiety returned. The bus was late, and they worried they might have missed it entirely. But before they could panic further, the same man appeared again from a nearby alley, still clutching the machete. "Oi!" he shouted as he slowly approached them. This time, desperation overrode their fear, and they decided to stand their ground. They shouted back, pulling out their tiny pocket knives, hoping to deter him. It was a tense standoff. He zigzagged toward them, machete raised, as they held their ground. Just when it felt like something terrible might happen, they saw a police van rounding the corner, headlights shining. It was as if help had arrived just in time. The man only noticed the police when they were almost upon him. The van screeched to a halt, and 3 officers jumped out, tackling him to the ground with a hard thud. The group cheered as nearby residents turned on their lights and peeked out of their windows to watch. Just then, their bus finally arrived. They gathered their bags and headed to it, feeling victorious. The police wanted to take their statements, but the group explained that this was their only ride out of town. They promised to follow up later, but were simply relieved to be leaving safely. One summer back in 2012, a few friends and I decided to set up a small camping trip in a forest just outside my friend's hometown. We chose a place similar to Willow Woods, small but perfect for a break from city life. Urban living can be nice, but the endless bustle can feel overwhelming. So any excuse to escape to nature was a relief. But as the camping trip date drew near, things began to fall apart. Friends started calling or texting, saying they couldn't come. Some had family issues, others were short on cash, and some just couldn't be bothered. In the end, only 2 of us decided to go. So, early one bright summer morning, we hopped on a train heading toward the forest. The weather was ideal. Clear skies and a gentle breeze made the forest hike far easier than expected. It didn't take us long to find a decent spot for camp, nestled in the shade near a stream that we could use for drinking water and washing. The only downside was that the spot was a bit open and easily visible. By late afternoon, worn out from the hike, we decided to start a fire for dinner. Setting up a small campfire is just part of the camping experience, but it can also draw attention. The smell of smoke and cooking food can travel, almost like you're sending an invitation to anyone nearby. Sure enough, as we anticipated, a group of locals eventually came across our campsite and approached to say hi. They seemed friendly at first, but I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. It's strange how our instincts can pick up on small details, whether it's body language or just something about the conversation that feels off. I couldn't tell if it was the way they kept glancing at each other or the odd questions they asked, but I sensed they didn't have the best intentions. When they eventually left out of earshot, my friend suggested we move to a new spot. Now, he's usually the jumpy one, the one I'm always telling to relax, but this time I felt he was right. It might have been paranoia, but in situations like this, it's always better to be safe. So, tired and slightly tipsy, we put out the fire, gathered our gear, and started looking for another spot. Fortunately, we found one pretty quickly, a densely wooded hill overlooking our old campsite. From a short walk away, we had a good view of the area during the daytime. As night fell, we set up a new fire, cooked some noodles in our mess tins, and settled down to drink and unwind. We laughed and chatted around the fire until we could barely keep our eyes open, eventually retreating to our poncho shelters. I must have fallen asleep as soon as I got into my sleeping bag, because the next thing I remember is waking up to the sound of a car engine revving in the distance. At first, I was just annoyed about being woken up, feeling rough from the night before, but the revving kept getting louder and louder, and I realized the car was getting closer. Something told me to go check it out. By the time I started hearing voices, I thought it might just be some teens joyriding, but I wanted to be cautious. When I reached the edge of the hill, I saw flashlight beams near our old campsite. Someone had driven down the path, right up to where we'd previously camped. It looked like they were searching for us. I moved quickly and quietly back to wake my friend. I think I explained what I saw 2 or 3 times before it registered with him, But once it did, he got up and helped me douse our fire. We grabbed binoculars from our pack and crept back to the hill's edge. We watched, horrified, as the people below shone their flashlights on each other, revealing that they held baseball bats, hammers, and even a length of rope. They looked angry, furious that they'd missed us. All we had were small pocket knives for defense. If they had decided to search the area thoroughly, they would have found us easily. I'm not sure I'd be here to share this story if they had. Luckily, they didn't seem motivated to look too hard. Perhaps they'd had a few drinks themselves or were just too lazy. But thankfully, they eventually left. My friend and I spent the rest of the night on edge, one of us keeping watch while the other packed up. The group below lingered around our old site, kicking at the remains of the fire we had left behind. They didn't seem eager to leave, but didn't attempt to search beyond that area. This left us stranded on the hill. Trying to escape with our heavy packs could have easily gotten us caught, especially since they had a vehicle. We stayed there until morning, unable to sleep. I kept dreading that they'd come back with more people, more lights, and more determination. But fortunately, they didn't. By the time we were on the train home, I was disappointed that we had to cut our trip short. But with those guys hanging around, neither of us wanted to risk it. When you travel, whether near or far, it's good to remember that while some people are kind strangers, others might not have the best intentions. From the first moments of my day, I'd either be camping or preparing for a trip. The fresh air and escape from the usual routines felt like a relief, a chance to avoid the trivial worries that occupied so much of daily life. I used to go pretty hardcore, building our own shelters, drinking from mountain creeks, and setting snares to catch food rather than carrying supplies. So, in the spring last year, 2 friends and I embarked on a 5-day trek along a remote section of a major trail. Carrying packs over 50 pounds, we hiked 15 miles into the rolling green hills before reaching our first large water source. A long, serene stretch of clear water nestled in a scenic valley. It took 2 days, hiking nearly 16 hours straight, and our packs were grinding painfully into our shoulders with every step. Still, the sense of accomplishment was exhilarating. As the days went by, we continued along the trail, gathering food here and there. It was exhausting, but the peace we found in nature was unmatched. At night, we roasted sausages over the fire and warmed cider in our pots. We listened to owls calling like spirits and watched sparks rise like fireflies in the night as our eyelids grew heavy. Though we found some berries and fresh water, we struggled to catch any significant protein. No luck with rabbit snares, no eggs to be found, and our fishing attempts fell short. We grew desperate, realizing we couldn't just live on snack bars and nuts. So, we decided to head into the nearest small town, around 6 miles away. However, after a couple of hours, we veered off course. We began climbing a steep hillside as a shortcut, watching a thick mist gather at the hilltop, waiting to descend on us as the temperature dropped. Eventually, it rolled down, cloaking everything around us. My friend Alex was barely visible as I trailed him through the fog. We tried to stay positive until we began seeing remains of newborn lambs on the ground. It was lambing season, so seeing a few would be normal, but the sheer number and untouched condition of these remains felt wrong. Relief washed over us when we finally saw the shape of a cottage in the distance. We hadn't seen it marked on our map and had no clue where we were. Exhausted, low on water, and hoping for guidance, we approached the cottage to ask for directions. We climbed over a low stone wall to reach it, noticing that there was no clear path to or from the house. At the gate, a makeshift thing, held together with old nails and twine. Alex tried to open it, but it just fell apart in his hands. A small yard in front of the house was overgrown, with weeds poking through cracked pavement. Scattered around were random trinkets. Small toys, a tennis ball, a hairbrush, a dirty wheelbarrow with a few soggy books, and an action figure arranged oddly in a rough circle. We reached the front door, and I knocked firmly. The door rattled under my hand. As we waited, I peeked through a grimy window and saw random items strewn across shelves. I turned to Alex, suggesting we move on since it seemed no one was home. But he didn't answer. He looked pale and unsettled. He had been peering through the window and had gotten a clearer view inside. It seemed like he'd seen something he couldn't explain. Suddenly, he backed away, breathing heavily, and bolted from the courtyard. Surprised and uneasy, I yelled after him, asking what was wrong. He muttered, "We need to go, now." Later, by the campfire that night, I finally asked him what he'd seen in that cottage. Visibly shaken, he explained that he had seen someone inside, watching us. As I knocked, they had looked out the window and locked eyes with him. Alex described their face as horribly disfigured, either from an injury or something else, and said that they seemed terrified. He had felt an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing that someone, possibly something else as well, was likely nearby. And as grateful as we were for not finding out what it was, a chill lingered with us long after we left. A few friends and I decided we wanted to do something big for charity. We threw around ideas like shaving our heads, running a marathon, or putting together a local picnic, but none of those ideas seemed to get anyone excited enough to donate. We needed something unique to make an impact, something bold. That's when I came up with a crazy plan. Hike 18 miles into the Lake District and spend a week camping in the rough, pretending to live homeless. It sounded wild enough to attract donations, though I doubted my friends would actually agree. But surprisingly, they did. The pitch was simple: 7 days, 18 miles, roughing it for the homeless. With that, donations slowly started coming in. By the time we were set to go, we had raised over £1,200, around $1,500, for Shelter UK, a charity that supports people facing homelessness. We were proud yet nervous. The Lake District's rugged terrain can be brutal. It's often used by the British Army for training. And since we were going in early March, we expected rain, wind, and cold, so we spent quite a bit of our own money on military surplus gear, which was sturdy and affordable. We started our trek loaded with huge backpacks full of canned food and water. The weight was rough. Our shoulders, knees, feet, and backs were aching by mile 15. By then, 2 of my friends were ready to give up and suggested calling a taxi for the last few miles. One friend complained about how heavy his pack was, and I wondered what he'd packed to make it so unbearable. When we reached a lake to set up camp, I found out he'd brought an air rifle. Half his pack's weight was that pellet gun. I was annoyed, thinking maybe he could have pushed through if he'd left it, but at least we had some entertainment and maybe a shot at fresh game. After the exhausting first night, we relaxed by the lakeside fire, then woke at dawn thinking a morning hunt might yield a bird or rabbit. We didn't get a single shot off, but unexpectedly stumbled into someone. A half-asleep dog walker in the middle of nowhere. He seemed surprised and a bit nervous to see a few camo-clad guys, one holding what looked like a rifle, but he didn't ask any questions. We waved, he waved back, and we moved on. By the time we returned to camp for lunch, we'd mostly forgotten about him. Later, after a quiet day of gathering firewood and sharing stories, we finally settled in to sleep. A few hours later, I was jolted awake by torchlights outside our shelter. I heard a voice shout, "Armed police! Hands up!" Trembling, we crawled out of our tent one by one, hands raised, into the glare of 6 or 7 torches. I realized then that the lights were attached to the officers' firearms. My heart raced, terrified, as they ordered us to the ground. My friends and I lay flat on the cold ground as they searched our tent, quickly finding the air rifle. They questioned us. asking if we were military or pathfinders on maneuvers. We had to admit we were just 3 civilians on a charity challenge, camping rough to raise money for homelessness. One officer explained that the dog walker had seen us and thought we were soldiers, which is why they'd come out fully armed. They seemed somewhat impressed by our story, though I expected them to be upset over the misunderstanding. But as it turned out, this was no inconvenience for them. They got overtime pay, and these kinds of call-outs are a thrill. They confiscated the air rifle but left us with our camping gear, even though we lacked a fishing permit for the lake. They joked about smelling something funny, but didn't search further, letting us off with a warning. A few days later, we even managed to retrieve the air rifle. It still surprises me that we faced no charges. I like to think they were moved by our charity effort, though honestly, we just got lucky that night. It easily could have ended differently with one wrong move. Long ago, in the southern part of the United States, lies one of the largest untouched wildernesses, covering almost 2 million acres. It's renowned for its hunting opportunities and is thought to get its name from an ancient term meaning great hunt. During hunting season, the area is usually filled with brightly dressed hunters. But my friends and I, mostly from the East Coast and not into hunting, had a different plan. We heard that in the high summer months, hunting was banned, which meant we could explore the forests in peace. We set out from our hometown of Lowell, Massachusetts, for the Ouachita National Forest in Arkansas, stopping along the way in cities like Philadelphia and Nashville to make the long trip more bearable. By the time we reached Ouachita, we were ready to leave modern life behind, which, for us, meant enjoying drinks by the fire while singing songs as loudly as we could. By the second night, though, we'd run out of beer and snacks, and it was already late in the day. Outlaw Liquor, the closest store, was a tiny shack near a town called Crystal Springs. We walked for about 3 hours to get there, only to find the place stuffed with hunting trophies and run by a guy named Jerry. He let us sample local spirits, and we ended up buying more than we'd planned. Beers, homemade jerky, and even a strong stout called Abraxas. We started back to our campsite as the sun dipped below the horizon, aching from the walk but sipping on our drinks as we went. Every now and then, one of us would have to step off the path for a bathroom break. When it was my turn, I wandered a bit into the woods, but as I finished, I heard faint voices and footsteps nearby. In my tipsy state, I thought it would be fun to meet whoever was there. Pushing through the bushes, I stepped into a clearing, and my blood ran cold. There were 3 or 4 men, dressed in rough clothes, holding weapons, a mixture of knives and clubs. At their feet was a young woman, tied up and bruised. One of the men, seeing me, pressed a finger to his lips, silently telling me to stay quiet. I backed away slowly, then turned and bolted. My friends saw the look on my face and ran too. We didn't stop until we were gasping for breath. Once we were safe, I explained what I'd seen, sparking an argument over whether to call the cops. We decided to report it from the road, but not before we left the forest for safety. We made the call, describing the location as best we could. Though we never heard back, I still wonder what happened to that girl and hope she was rescued. But sometimes, I think that piece of forest holds something dark, as if that place took a part of her soul that night. A few years back, I went through an experience that still sticks with me. It all started when my best friend and I talked about planning another camping trip. We're both big on spending time in nature and try to camp at least once a month. This was late November in North Carolina, where the weather could be mild or freezing. That year, it was freezing. Our girlfriends had recently been on our case about never inviting them along, though they knew we often did rough camping in damp, cold conditions. To be honest, we were surprised they even wanted to come. For us, the tougher the environment, the more exciting the trip felt, a bit of that adventurous ego. I was thrilled they wanted to come, so we made our plans for the weekend. Saturday arrived, and we packed everything up, eager to get back into the mountains. We headed west for about 3 hours into our usual camping spot. As we approached our little-known campsite, it got colder, and a steady rain started. I could see my girlfriend growing anxious as daylight was fading and the weather was turning. My friend and I were used to it, though, so we assured her it'd be fine. Our campsite was a scenic overlook where you could pull over to view distant mountain peaks. By the time we arrived, it was dark, so all we could see was the glow of distant city lights. If you've been in the mountains, you know how quickly the darkness sets in after sundown. It was raining and near freezing by this point, with the wind whipping around us as we unloaded the car. Our girlfriends looked less than thrilled, shifting from excited to wondering why they wanted to join us in the first place. The spot we used was off a hidden trail leading down a steep, rocky slope, about 80 feet below the overlook. It wasn't an official trail, just one where locals might sneak down to hang out. Camping there was technically off-limits, but we'd always liked its seclusion. We moved carefully, trying to avoid any mishaps as we made our way down. With our gear ready, my girlfriend and I moved about 50 yards from the car to the trailhead and waited for my friend and his girlfriend. After a few minutes, though, we wondered why they were taking so long. It was cold, wet, and dark, and we were growing a little impatient. After around 10 minutes, I finally decided to check. When I got to the car, I found my friend and his girlfriend arguing. "What's going on?" I asked, only to hear her say, "He locked the keys in the car." By now, it was nearly 10 p.m., raining, freezing, and with 0 cell service. I was instantly annoyed. If there was one thing we didn't need, it was this. I returned to my girlfriend to let her know, and I could see her starting to wince from the cold, which aggravated her joint issues. I told my friend we were going down to set up a fire to keep warm and would be back to help with the car. We turned on our headlamps and carefully started down the slippery, rocky slope. The mist made it hard to see, reflecting our lights and creating a foggy haze. Holding each other's gear, we inched down the slope in a slow, repetitive process. We were about 10 minutes from the bottom when my girlfriend froze. "What's that?" she whispered, a hint of fear in her voice. Looking down, I squinted through the fog and saw what appeared to be a tarp. "Hey, free tarp," I thought, assuming someone had lost it. As I moved closer, though, I noticed something odd. A grocery store shopping basket beside it with some wrappers scattered around. My girlfriend looked terrified. "Is that a person under the tarp?" she asked. I tried to reassure her, doubting anyone would be sleeping in such harsh conditions, so far out with no fire or gear. I went closer to prove it was nothing, but just as I reached for the tarp, it moved. Both of us froze. I stared, my mind refusing to accept that anyone could be out here alone. It must have been the wind, I thought, but then it moved again. That was not the wind. Someone was waking up under that tarp. My heart pounded as I turned to my girlfriend and whispered, "Run!" She didn't need to be told twice and scrambled back up the rocks as fast as she could. I heard a groggy moan and rushed to follow her, turning off my light and listening as I went. I could hear whoever it was shifting stones around. They were awake, and now up and moving. I hesitated, wondering if they were lost or injured. "Are you okay?" I called out. "We can help." Silence. "Hello." No response. That was enough for me. I bolted up the trail to join my girlfriend at the car, where she was visibly shaken. I explained to our friends what had happened, and now everyone was scared. And, thanks to the locked car, we were stuck. We huddled under a tarp to keep warm while my friend wandered around, trying to find cell service. I kept my eyes glued to the trailhead, just in case that person appeared. Finally, my friend got through to a locksmith, who arrived after a long wait and an even longer bill. We told him what happened, and he urged us to get out of there, mentioning strange stories about people vanishing or being found dead in those mountains. We decided not to camp that night and drove back in tense silence. Even now, I still wonder who that person was. Were they hiding from someone? Just an unusually tough camper? How did they end up there with no gear? Why didn't they have a fire? We were miles from any town in a location most people wouldn't know about. It didn't feel like somewhere anyone could just survive. This experience made me rethink my approach to camping. I realized I'd been reckless, especially bringing my girlfriend to an unfamiliar spot at night. I haven't camped in the dark since, and neither girlfriend has ever asked to come along again. We never went back to that spot. I live at the base of the Blue Ridge Mountains in northern Georgia. It's a beautiful area with miles of national forest, several nice state parks, and plenty of great places for camping. Unfortunately, my small town is pretty poor. While there are some residents who moved in from Atlanta and other areas, a lot of the locals here struggle financially. I work remotely as a freelance writer, which allows me to live here, but if it weren't for that, I'd likely need to move elsewhere. It's the kind of small town where if you don't have a strong opportunity, you could get stuck without much chance to get ahead. Besides a few well-paid professionals, the main jobs here are at grocery stores, fast food places, and a Walmart. To the east of town, there's a large national forest with great camping spots and several little-used trails. I love hiking there with my dog, but it can sometimes be a bit unnerving. It's about a 10-minute drive from town, and there's no phone signal or houses around for miles. Over the years, there have been numerous vehicle break-ins at the trailheads, with broken glass littering some of the gravel parking lots. Occasionally, there are suspicious-looking people hanging around the trailheads or driving around the rough Forest Service roads. Some people have cars that look like they cost less than $500, flying down roads only suitable for off-road vehicles. And some of the people you see in those cars look pretty rough, adding to the slightly eerie vibe. Still, it's a fantastic place to camp as long as you're cautious. A few years ago, my friends and I decided to play paintball in the forest, probably against the rules, I know. We decided to make it an overnight camping trip so we could play the next day as well. After an uneventful day of paintball, we drove to a nearby camping area. Unfortunately, all the spots were taken, likely by a church group or another large gathering. It was getting late, and we didn't know other camping spots in the area, so we kept driving, looking for another option. As we drove deeper into the forest, it started getting darker, and we began to worry about finding a spot. We had GPS, but with no cell service, it wasn't much help. Eventually, we turned onto an old, rough road. It looked like the Forest Service had tried to close it off with a dirt mound and a broken metal gate lying nearby, but off-road vehicles had been crossing over it for some time, so we decided to follow suit with our high-clearance truck. We followed an old gravel road for a few miles and came across a clearing by a small creek. There was a makeshift setup with blue tarps over a table nailed to a tree, which seemed odd, but it was nearly dark, and we didn't want to keep searching. We left the truck's lights on while setting up camp, noticing trash scattered in the woods around the site. I picked up a green bottle and realized it was insecticide. It seemed strange for someone to dump trash so far from town, but we were too tired to think much of it. We set up camp, cracked open some beers, and cooked a pot of chili. Around 11 p.m., we noticed a faint glow coming from the other side of a nearby hill. At first, we thought it was moonlight, but the angle didn't seem right. It was a soft, stationary glow, like the faint light from a distant city. There weren't any other access roads nearby, so we ruled out other campers. Curious and slightly buzzed from a few rum and cokes, two of us, Jacob and I, decided to go check it out while our friend Isaac stayed behind to tend to the fire. As we walked towards the glow, we noticed something strange. The trees had their bark stripped in circular bands around their trunks. We joked about it being the work of a ghost beaver as we climbed the hill, probably louder than we should have been due to the alcohol. Just as we neared the top, Jacob tripped and yelled. Suddenly, the light went out. We exchanged uneasy looks and decided we didn't need to see what the light was after all. We walked back to camp, occasionally looking over our shoulders. As we got closer, I saw Isaac near the fire, wearing a hooded jacket I hadn't seen him wear before. He was carrying a paintball gun, which seemed odd since they were supposed to be locked in the truck. The fire had burned low, making it hard to see clearly, but it looked like he was searching for something, even peering into the tent at one point. We figured he was just walking around to stretch his legs or maybe to find a quiet spot away from camp. When we got back, Isaac emerged from the tent, stumbling slightly. He looked a bit worse for wear and said he had a few more drinks after we left. We asked him why he was carrying a paintball gun around, and he looked confused, insisting the guns were still locked in the truck. We checked, and sure enough, all the equipment was exactly as we'd left it, with the truck keys still hidden underneath in a magnetic holder. That gave me a sinking feeling. When we asked Isaac what he'd been doing while we were gone, he said he'd been watching videos on his phone before dozing off, but he hadn't been outside with the gun or wearing any hooded jacket. Someone had been walking around our campsite, and it wasn't him. Though none of us were sober enough to drive safely, we hurriedly packed up and left, deciding to head back to my place for the night. We didn't even bother fully packing the tent, just folded it down with the sleeping bags still inside. As I started the truck and drove towards the road, we noticed something gray blocking our path. The metal barrier that had been tossed aside earlier was now propped back on top of the dirt mound. Not wanting to get out, I nudged it with the truck's metal guard, and it fell off. Thankfully, we crossed it without damaging the tires. As we continued down the gravel road, I noticed a vehicle following us with its lights off, staying about 1,000 feet behind. We only saw glimpses of it under the moonlight on the straighter parts of the road. I sped up as much as I dared, and it kept pace but didn't get any closer. After nearly an hour of tense driving, we reached the main road. I took a different route home just to be safe. Camping in remote areas can be fun, but it can also be risky. I've driven past that metal barrier since then, and it's always securely in place. I doubt I'll ever go down that road again. A couple of years ago, my friend and I had an experience that I'll never forget. It all started with us mentioning how we needed to get back to camping soon. We both love the outdoors and try to camp at least once or twice a month. It was late November in a chilly part of Virginia, where the weather can swing between unusually warm and freezing cold. This time, it was the latter. Our girlfriends had been playfully nagging us about why we never took them along on these trips. Honestly, the kind of camping we do is rough, usually in cold, rainy conditions, and we didn't think they'd enjoy it. To our surprise, they were eager to join, and while we were a bit skeptical, we thought it could be fun. So we planned to go camping that upcoming weekend. When Saturday arrived, we packed up and hit the road, heading about 2.5 hours west into the mountains. The closer we got to our usual camping spot, the colder it got, and it soon began to rain. I could see my girlfriend starting to worry about the fading daylight and the idea of setting up camp in the wet, cold conditions. But since my friend and I did this all the time, we reassured her everything would be fine. Our chosen spot was a hidden overlook where you could park and admire the mountain view. By the time we arrived, though, it was already dark, and all we could see were the faint city lights far off in the distance. When the sun sets behind the mountains, it gets pitch black quickly, especially with the thick clouds and rain that night. The temperature must have been around 34 degrees Fahrenheit, and the wind was really picking up as we unloaded the car. Our girlfriends went from excited to questioning why they came at all. This spot has a narrow trail that leads down a steep rocky area, about a 75-foot drop to where we'd set up camp. It's not an official trail, just a place where adventurous folks might come to hang out. You're technically not allowed to camp there, but we were young and a bit reckless. It's tricky to get down, so we always take it slow to avoid accidents. After getting my gear out of the car, my girlfriend and I went about 50 yards down to the start of the trail, set down our bags, and waited for my friend and his girlfriend to catch up. A few minutes went by, then 5 or 10, and we were getting a little impatient. Finally, I decided to go check what was taking so long. When I got back to the car, I found my friend and his girlfriend in the middle of an argument. He had locked the keys in the car. It was close to 10 p.m., cold, raining, and we were stranded with no cell service. The closest town was at least 20 miles away. I was pretty frustrated, but I let my girlfriend know and decided to go down the trail to set up a fire since she looked like she was starting to shiver from the cold. My main priority was getting her warm. We turned on our headlamps and slowly started our descent down the steep, rocky path. The rain made it slick, and the mist made it hard to see clearly with the headlamp. We worked our way down, taking turns carrying each other's gear, repeating the process as we went. After about 20 minutes, we were almost at the spot where we usually camp when my girlfriend suddenly stopped. "What's that?" she said, her voice uneasy. I squinted down through the fog and spotted a tarp. I thought, great, free tarp, and figured it had blown down from the top. As I got closer, I noticed something else. A small grocery basket, like the ones you'd find in a store, with snack wrappers inside. Just then, my girlfriend whispered, "Is that a person under the tarp?" I told her no way. We were in the middle of nowhere with no other cars or signs of anyone else. No campfire, no tent, nothing. I crept closer, planning to grab the tarp to show her it was empty. But as my light hit it, the tarp moved. We both froze, trying to rationalize what we were seeing. Surely it had to be the wind, right? But then it moved again. This wasn't the wind. Someone was under that tarp. My heart started pounding, and I quietly whispered to my girlfriend, "Run!" She took off, scrambling up the rocks, and I followed. Behind us, we heard a groggy moan, and the sound of stones shifting as the person got up. I stopped partway up, turned off my light, and listened. I could hear them moving around, but couldn't tell if they were following us. Trying to be rational, I called out, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" But there was only silence. Deciding not to wait any longer, I hurried up the rest of the trail. We reached the car, and my girlfriend was visibly shaken. When we told our friends what had happened, they were equally freaked out, especially with the car locked and no way to leave. My friend managed to find a spot where he could get a faint signal and called a locksmith, who eventually arrived. The locksmith, hearing our story, advised us to leave immediately, telling us stories of strange occurrences and disappearances in the area. We didn't stay to camp that night, we just headed home in silence. Looking back, the whole experience made me rethink my confidence in my camping skills. I hadn't considered what could go wrong with other people as a threat. Since then, I don't camp at night, and our girlfriends haven't asked to join us again. We've never returned to that particular spot. Back when I was in school, I was relatively well-liked and had a small group of really close friends: Anna, Leo, Caleb, and Jenny. We shared a lot of adventures back then, from road trips and beach days to camping. Caleb's family was quite well off, and all our families were pretty relaxed about rules. The summer before we all entered 8th grade, we planned a camping trip with Jenny's older sister Mia and Caleb's older brother Sam. So there were 7 of us all together. Jenny, Caleb, and I were 13, Leo and Anna were 14, and Mia and Sam were both 17. We decided to camp out in a forest about 20 miles from Caleb's house. It was fairly remote, with Caleb's neighborhood being the nearest to it. There was no phone reception or electronic signal. We reached the campsite without any issues and set up our tents, splitting the group with the girls in one tent and the boys in another. In hindsight, having a group of kids from 13 to 17 years old camping out without phones might not have been the best idea, but our parents trusted we'd be safe since the forest was known to be quiet and uneventful. After setting up camp, we went for a swim in a lake nearby, then returned to cook dinner over a fire we built about 20 feet from our tents. We had s'mores, joked around, and did all the classic camping activities. Later, Jenny and Mia said they were tired and went to bed, leaving Sam, Anna, Caleb, Leo, and me to stay up, sharing scary stories and having a good time. Not long after, Mia came out, looking annoyed, and told us to stop messing with the side of her tent. She said someone kept brushing against it, running something along it. None of us had moved from the group, so Sam shrugged it off, saying it was probably just a branch. Anna and I decided to call it a night as well and went to our tent, where Jenny was already asleep. I lay down closest to the tent entrance, with Mia next to Jenny on the far side, and Anna in between. I fell asleep quickly but woke up suddenly sometime later, unsure why. I checked my phone, which I had only brought to take pictures, and saw it was around 2:15 a.m. I listened in the dark, my eyes adjusting, and heard a faint tapping sound on the tent, followed by a low giggle. It sounded like a deep, masculine voice, though I couldn't be sure. After what felt like forever, but was likely only a couple of minutes, the sound stopped. I told myself it was probably a branch or a prank and went back to sleep. At dawn, Anna woke me up, and everyone decided to go for a morning hike, planning to spend another night camping. We split into two groups. Mia, Jenny, Anna, and I headed out on a trail, while the boys stayed behind to fish, swim, or prepare more food. A couple of hours later, we returned to find the boys gone from the campsite. Mia and Jenny went to check near the lake while Anna and I walked back toward the tents, and I nearly screamed at what we found. The tents had been slashed. When I took a closer look, it seemed the cuts were made with a small, sharp blade, like a pocket knife. As Mia, Jenny, and the boys rushed back after hearing us scream, we all felt pretty freaked out. We decided to pack up and head home early because, aside from the damaged tents, we were all a bit on edge. Our nervousness only grew when Sam discovered his car's tires had been slashed. With no phone service and a car unable to drive, we were in a tough spot. Mia's tires, fortunately, were intact, so she offered to drive Caleb and Jenny to a nearby place to call 911 and inform our parents. Her car didn't have space for more than 3 people, as the trunk was packed with camping gear. So, Leo, Sam, Anna, and I stayed back and decided to start hiking towards the main road, hoping to meet Mia halfway. I remember my phone died by 1 p.m., but Leo and Anna still had theirs, and they kept updating us on our progress. As we walked, I began hearing footsteps and branches snapping behind us. My anxiety spiked, and I mentioned it to Sam, who started glancing over his shoulder more often. We'd been walking for about half an hour when Sam suddenly shouted, "Run!" I looked back just as 3 hooded figures appeared behind us, all over 6 feet tall, 2 holding knives. Though it was daylight, they wore masks, hiding their faces. Sam, who was 6 feet 1 inch, couldn't have taken on all 3. Terrified, we bolted, running as fast as we could. Thankfully, they seemed to lose interest or got tired because they eventually stopped chasing us. When we finally reached the road, we kept moving, glancing back every few seconds until Mia arrived. We informed the police, who checked the woods but found no signs of anyone else or any proof beyond our photos and the slashed tents. I'm grateful we managed to escape, knowing things could have ended much differently. At the time, I was about 5 feet 10 inches and only 125 pounds. Anna was around 5 feet 1 inch and barely over 100 pounds, and Leo was just 5 feet 9 inches and maybe 135 pounds. Looking back, I'm thankful Sam kept watch and that we all stayed active enough to outrun whatever danger was lurking that day. My spouse and I went camping for the first time ever in New Mexico as part of a long road trip to the western states. I picked a spot that looked amazing, perched on a mountain overlooking gorgeous scenery. The site was isolated, right beside a steep drop-off and deep in a national forest about 18 miles down rough dirt roads. When we arrived, we set up our tent, took a small hike, and snapped a few photos of the landscape. We saw some cars parked around 5 p.m. and decided to chat with some fellow campers nearby after hearing there might be a storm that night. We met 4 local guys who assured us the storm wouldn't be that bad in this area. That convinced us to stick around. Later, we wandered a bit further down the campsite and saw a woman with her dog and another person. We waved, continued our hike into the woods, and soon returned to our campsite. Because of the storm forecast, we were one of only 7 people staying the night. We watched the sun go down, and, as darkness fell, double-checked that our car was just a few yards away before retreating to our tent. With the storm clouds thick above, no stars were visible, so we decided to try to get some sleep in case we could sleep through the rough weather. It was a wildly windy night, making it hard to fall asleep, but eventually, we managed a bit of rest. I woke up around 10:30 p.m. to booming thunder rumbling through the mountains and rain pouring down, feeling nervous about potential flash floods, especially given our position near the cliff. I tried to calm myself and eventually drifted off again. I woke up again, closer to midnight, to the sound of something heavy hitting our tent, like someone was pushing or hitting it. The noise continued, sporadically. I lay frozen, absolutely terrified, when I suddenly heard footsteps, slow and steady, approaching the tent. My heart was pounding, and I was sure whatever was outside could hear it. Then, a deep sigh sounded from the other side of the tent. Imagining a bear, I braced myself and squeezed my spouse's hand repeatedly to wake him up. However, he just mumbled, "What's wrong?" At which point the footsteps stopped. After a moment, I explained what I'd heard, and we tried to convince ourselves it was just an animal passing by. Still, the occasional thumping on our tent continued, and my mind was racing. Eventually, we decided it must be pine cones or branches falling from the trees above us, and tried once more to fall asleep, hoping we could laugh about this in the morning. But just minutes later, our tent caved in on my spouse's side, whispering that something seemed to be pressing down on his head. He gave it a push, and we heard the familiar sound of something heavy sliding off our tent. Then we realized it was snowing, and ice had been collecting on the tent, falling from the trees above. Relieved that it was ice and not a bear, we cleared the tent and settled back in, turning on a small light for comfort. We felt a bit safer, ready to get through the night. It was around 3 a.m., and we closed our eyes, hoping for a few hours of sleep. Just as we started to drift off, though, I heard something that was truly chilling. A woman's scream, piercing the silence. She yelled, "What's happening?" And "Oh my God!" with such terror that we froze, staring at each other, petrified. I turned off our light immediately, panicking as we tried to figure out what to do. A few minutes later, we heard her again, screaming, "No, no, no," as the sound of a car speeding away filled the air. It was terrifyingly silent after that, with only the sound of icy rain on our tent. Her screams sounded desperate, almost as if she were yelling after the car, pleading for something. This was my breaking point. I could handle the storm, I could handle potential animals nearby, but I couldn't handle a screaming person in the dead of night. We decided we needed to leave, and, though we briefly considered abandoning our tent, we stayed calm, grabbed our valuables, and moved quickly to our car. I shut the doors, leaving the lights off, while my spouse went back to pack up our tent. As soon as he got back, I started the car and called for help, explaining what we'd heard and where we were. They promised to send someone out, but being so deep in the forest with rough road conditions, we knew it would take a while. We started driving out around 3:30 a.m. As we passed the site, my spouse noticed something that sent chills down my spine. The 4 guys we talked to earlier had left, but their tents remained, while all 3 of their cars were gone. Whatever had scared them away, they had left in a hurry. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the thought that the figure outside our tent might not have been an animal, but someone lurking in the dark, who may have gone after the woman we'd seen hiking earlier. I hope that everyone made it out safely. This story happened to me last summer and was probably the scariest experience I've ever had. I'm sharing it in hopes that it might help others. One thing I've learned over the years is that while the world can be amazing, it also has some truly twisted people, and I've had the misfortune of seeing that side up close. I'm a very social person and enjoy hanging out with friends whenever I can. I'm also the kind of person who's always looking for the next big adventure. At the time of this story, I was a 16-year-old guy, and I had a decent-sized group of friends, both boys and girls, from school. We had done a lot of wild things together throughout high school. Just after graduation, we wanted to do something unforgettable before we all went off to college. So we decided to go camping in a remote spot for 3 days. Somehow, all our parents agreed, so our group of 6 headed out. Me and my girlfriend, Sam, my friend Brian and his girlfriend, Katie, and Tom and his girlfriend, Sarah. We planned to set up 3 tents so each couple would have their own space, as you can probably guess why. Having been a Boy Scout, I knew what we'd need for 3 days to get by: food, water, and other essentials. Being rebellious teenagers, we also packed plenty of drinks and some weed for our adventure. So, in mid-July, we set off for our camping trip. After hours of driving and taking random back roads, we finally found a spot that looked isolated but not creepy. There were a few houses nearby, though not close enough for anyone to hear us. The first night was pretty uneventful. We smoked a bit, had some drinks, and eventually went to bed. The next day, we decided to explore the woods a bit, though Brian and Katie stayed back to watch the campsite and spend time together. We followed a trail we'd found earlier, thinking it was used by hunters in the area. We came across an old cemetery, which seemed to still have visitors since there were flowers and notes left there. Beyond the cemetery, we found a larger trail with tire marks and a small parking lot. After spotting a few deer, we decided to head back as it was getting late. That night, we really went wild since we were leaving the next day and didn't want to take back any extra booze or weed. We all assumed it would be another peaceful night like the last one, but we were so wrong. All of us woke up to a scream coming from Tom and Sarah's tent and heard the fabric tearing as if someone was slashing it. Tom managed to hit the guy hard with his flashlight, giving him and Sarah a chance to escape to the car. The problem was that Tom's tent was closest to the car, while the other 2 tents were closer to the trail. So, to get to Tom's car, we had to pass whoever was attacking them. Thankfully, the buzz from our partying faded quickly. Tom yelled, "Cemetery," and I immediately understood. We could escape down the trail on the other side of the cemetery. I quickly grabbed Brian, Katie, and Sam, and we ran towards the trail with my phone flashlight on to guide us. As we reached the cemetery, we could hear the guy chasing us, but still at a distance. We climbed over the cemetery fence and hid. Soon, we heard the sound of someone clambering over the fence. He tracked us down, probably because of Tom's shout. We stayed completely still as we heard footsteps approaching. In that moment, I realized I had a small pocket knife on me. As he got closer to me, I seized my chance and stabbed him in the back of the knee. He fell with a shout, dropping his weapon. Just then, headlights appeared. Tom had returned. We bolted for the car. In the brief light, I saw the man was tall and bulky, his eyes filled with fury. I was the last one in the car, and Tom floored it before I even had my door fully closed. We eventually found a nearby house where an elderly couple let us in, gave us food, and let us rest. The next morning, The man accompanied us back to our campsite with his rifle. Nothing was missing, but all our tents were slashed. The woman had called the police, and they were at their home when we returned to give our statements. The officers said there wasn't enough evidence to track the guy down, but promised to look into it. We drove home in silence, all of us processing what had just happened. The police never found the guy, and even though we barely talk about it now, it's an experience we'll never forget. If I have any advice for you, it's this: always pick a well-populated place to camp. It may not be as thrilling, but it's much safer. Stay safe, everyone. When I was 20, I joined a group similar to Scouts for older teens and young adults. It was co-ed with both boys and girls, and they organized a week-long camping trip that I decided to go on with a friend. However, a few days before the trip, my friend Ben backed out, so I ended up going alone, ready to meet new people in the mountains. I wasn't worried. I could handle myself. When I arrived, I was the only girl among the crew, which was slightly uncomfortable at first, but most of the guys were friendly and open to including me. They treated me as one of the guys, even though they weren't used to having a girl around. But one guy, Adam, was different. On the first day, he couldn't stop staring at me, which made me uneasy, though I brushed it off as maybe he just didn't know how to act around girls. On the next day's hike, we split into pairs and I ended up with Adam. He seemed overly enthusiastic about us hiking alone together. He was smaller than me, maybe 5 feet 6 inches, with messy hair and a lean frame. I figured I could defend myself if anything went wrong, so I didn't object. Before we started, he repeatedly asked if I needed help putting on sunscreen. I kept saying no, but he was persistent until one of the other guys told him to stop. While we were hiking, he started asking me questions, simple ones at first, like my age. I told him 20, where I lived, and if I had siblings. Then his questions got uncomfortable. He asked if I'd heard about certain topics I didn't want to discuss, and I pretended I didn't know what he was talking about, hoping he'd drop it. But he kept going, explaining these things to me with an unsettling smile. I kept my eyes on the trail, doing my best to stay calm, though I was feeling uneasy. Then he started talking about my pale skin, asking if I used moisturizer and if it bruised easily. He even tried to touch my hand, but I pulled away, holding onto my backpack tightly. I felt exposed in my tank top, feeling his gaze on me the whole time. At one point, he mentioned how marks and bruises would show up on my skin. His tone made my stomach churn. He then asked personal questions I won't repeat, which shocked me into silence. I quickened my pace, desperate to put distance between us, but he stayed close. Eventually, I saw 2 other campers ahead, and I rushed over, asking if we could all hike together. They seemed surprised at first but agreed when they saw my anxious expression. Adam looked annoyed but stayed silent, and I was relieved to have the others with me for the rest of the hike. When we finished the trail, one of the guys offered to switch partners for the descent, and I immediately accepted, glad to finally be away from Adam's unsettling presence. Later, back at camp, my new hiking partner asked if Adam had been bothering me. I brushed it off, not wanting to admit how disturbed I'd been by a younger kid. I was 20 after all and felt I should be able to handle it. That night, I slept alone in my tent, as the only girl, while everyone else shared. My tent was set up a bit away from the others, which felt isolating, but the scout leaders insisted it was best for privacy. Late that night, I heard noises outside my tent. Assuming it was an animal, I tried to go back to sleep, but then I heard the zipper of my tent being opened. Opening my eyes just a crack, I saw Adam's eye peering in, staring straight at me. I froze, clutching my dad's hunting knife I'd brought along just in case, lying still and pretending to be asleep. He muttered to himself, watching me intently, until finally he left. The following days were exhausting. I stayed near the other campers whenever possible, but Adam would still pop up unexpectedly, sometimes playing with my hair or even trying to sniff it. It was disturbing. At night, he'd creep around my tent or try to go through my things, but I kept my essentials inside my sleeping bag with me. One evening, he was sent home early by the scout leaders. I think one of the other campers had spoken up about his behavior. While the others seemed confused, I saw a scout cross his arms firmly, watching as Adam left. Adam looked bewildered, as though he didn't understand why he was being sent away. After that, the rest of the camp went smoothly, and I felt a huge sense of relief. Looking back, I realized how unsettling the whole experience was. I'm grateful my dad insisted I bring his knife with me for protection, even though they weren't officially allowed. It was a reminder to trust my instincts and be cautious. In 2012, I was part of a group of friends who made it a yearly tradition to go camping for a long weekend at a particular spot. This place was in a scenic area right by the edge of a large reservoir on government land. The reservoir had a dam, so during April, the water levels were usually low or even dried up enough for people to walk across. Camping was allowed there as long as campers kept things quiet and left the area clean. It was usually a fun, peaceful experience. The campsites were spread out just enough to give some privacy, but close enough that you could easily meet others. That year, our campsite was set on a gentle hill, with another group camping just below us and another above. The first night passed without any issues, but on the second day, some new people set up camp at the site below ours. We didn't think much of it and continued enjoying our day and night. Around midnight, however, the group below us got extremely loud. They were shouting, yelling, and their music was blaring. Our friend Mark went down to ask if they could keep it down, but they immediately punched him in the face. He returned to us, saying he was pretty sure they were high on something. This put a damper on our mood, and most of us felt a bit on edge after that. I was tired, though, so I decided to head to bed. Some of my friends stayed up, including Mark and a couple, Jen and Dave, who were visiting another campsite where we'd met some new people earlier. I could still hear the loud music and rowdy group below, but I tried to ignore it and drifted off. I don't know exactly when, but I suddenly woke up to loud yelling and screaming outside my tent. I rushed outside and found our campsite in chaos. One of my friends was clutching their chest, and others were shouting to call 911. I quickly learned what had happened. Not long after I'd gone to sleep, the people from the site below came up to confront Mark again. On their way, they came across Jen and Dave walking back. Since Dave and Mark looked similar, they mistook Dave for Mark and hit both him and Jen over the head with a bottle. It was chaos after that. From what I was told, as our group sat around the campfire, 2 or 3 large men suddenly appeared from the darkness. They were holding a knife and a large blade. Mark noticed the weapons and tried to talk to them, but before he could say much, one of the men stabbed him in the chest. At the same time, a few people from the site above saw the men approaching and came down to help. One guy, Dan, was heading down the hill when the man with the large knife stabbed him in the stomach. After that, it was pure panic. Someone called 911, but the nearest ambulance was over half an hour away. By the time I came out of my tent, Dan was bleeding heavily, and it was clear he needed help quickly. His friends put him in the back of a car and sped off to meet the ambulance halfway. Mark's wound wasn't as severe as Dan's, so we were able to keep him calm until the ambulance finally arrived. Meanwhile, the men with the knives disappeared into the dark, heading back to their campsite, then fled in their SUV. My boyfriend and I jumped into his car and drove to the entrance to flag down the police as they arrived. Once they got there, they told us to stay in the car while a K9 unit was released to track down the attackers. By the end of the night, the police had caught the men. They tried to escape by driving across the dried lake bed, only to get stuck in a muddy section. As suspected, they were on a mix of drugs. Thankfully, Both Dan and Mark survived, though Dan lost a lot of blood and needed weeks to recover. Dave and Jen ended up with huge bruises on their heads, and one of them might have had a concussion, but I can't recall. This was one of the scariest nights of my life, and some of us later had to testify against them in court. To get a sense of my story, it helps to know a bit about trespassing laws in my country. Essentially, there aren't any strict ones. As long as you're respectful and don't damage anything, you're free to walk over most fields or hills, and, as in my case, camp on any beach you like. The main rule is to leave things as you found them. I've loved camping since I was a kid. My family used to go several times a year with a big group of my parents' friends and their kids. Altogether, there were usually around 10 of us, which made organizing things tricky because we always traveled to this remote beach on the coast. We weren't alone, though. There were always yachts anchored off the shore with people on them and other campers spread along the beach. Many had kids or teenagers, so it wasn't a party scene. It felt more like a relaxed family gathering spot. They even had a small building with toilets and showers nearby. Even though this place was isolated, I guess the local council got tired of people using the bushes. We took a camping trip in spring 2011. I'm not great with dates, but I remember because I'd gotten my dog the winter before in 2010. I picked her out that November from a shelter as a birthday gift to myself since I paid for her adoption fee. She was a 6-month-old pup named Ruby. She'd been rescued from a bad situation involving dog fights. We're not totally sure what breed she is, but she looks like a mix of lurcher and staffy. She's incredibly gentle with people and most dogs, but if you're a threat, she won't hesitate to stand her ground. By the time of this trip, I'd had Ruby for a few months. She'd never gone camping with us before, but in my family, dogs are just part of the adventure. So when we piled into the car, Ruby came along too. This time, none of the family friends could join, so it was just me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I was happy to play with Ruby and still had my sister for company. The drive took around 6 hours, and since we left a bit late, though I don't recall why, we arrived just as the sun was setting. Not the best time to set up camp, but we'd expected to see other campers already there with campfires lighting the beach. Strangely, it was empty. Despite this, my parents started unloading and setting up the tent. They asked us to grab some of the lighter bags from the car. I rolled down the window for Ruby before getting out since it was unusually warm. While we fumbled around in the dusk, the atmosphere felt eerie. There's a single road that circles the beach, forming a loop around it. After about 15 minutes of trying to set up the tent, my mom noticed a car that had circled a few times. She asked my dad if he'd seen it. My dad shrugged it off, he's like that. But after a few more minutes, the car pulled up next to ours, and a man got out. He was about 20 feet away, and with the low light, we could only see him by our flashlights. At first, we thought he might be a park ranger or someone from the Wildlife Trust since they sometimes come out to do checks. But as he walked closer, it was clear he was drunk or high. His steps were unsteady, and more worryingly, he was holding a large knife, at least 15 inches, though I was young, so I might be off on the size. To his credit, my dad reacted quickly, standing up with the camping mallet and putting himself between us and the stranger. The man began shouting that we couldn't camp there, claiming he was just letting us know. My dad tried to stay calm, saying we'd leave, but the man kept approaching. My dad's tone. Every summer, a camp nestled in the northern Midwest runs from the last week of June through mid-August. The camp's biggest draw is that it's a full-week overnight experience. Staff and campers arrive on Sunday afternoons and leave by Friday evening each week. They live within the secluded grounds, which has countless small cabins for sleeping, a large dining hall for meals, and around a dozen other buildings, ranging from large activity centers to small storage sheds. The property spans several sprawling acres, full of that cool, lush forest green of a Midwest summer. The land has everything from wide-open fields and forest trails to a pond teeming with fish, plus a long ravine rich with shale and wildlife. Set far back from any main road, campers take a winding dirt path to reach the camp, and the whole place feels like a world of its own. Campers aren't allowed electronics, though the staff can use them only during their nightly break. There are no computers, no cars, and minimal outside contact, other than what's required for the camp director's duties. Staff carry walkie-talkies to stay in touch across the camp's vast grounds. I spent 10 summers as a camper and 4 more as a counselor, so I've got deep ties to the place. Those of us who've worked there know its long and complex history with eerie happenings. Over my years there, I accumulated enough strange stories to fill a book, and some experiences still send shivers down my spine even now. The incidents I'm sharing here mostly happened between 2015 and 2019, while I was between the ages of 17 and 21, training and working as a counselor. Most activity would occur at night, especially during staff training or after campers were asleep. Oddly, the campers rarely experienced the strange events that haunted the staff. I couldn't explain why. My memories of my younger years there were carefree, but as a young adult, I had some terrifying encounters that often left me shaken. These events recurred each summer like clockwork. A typical night during training would end with us counselors lying under the stars outside the mess hall to wind down. We had a clear view of the constellations from the rec field stretching out to the hills beyond. On countless nights, we'd witness flickering lights moving in odd patterns, erratic flashes, or strange red lights far off in the sky. Definitely not stars or planets, as they'd appear in random spots only one night each week. Many of us, including those who understood the night sky well, were bewildered by these occurrences. Counselors often had vivid nightmares of shadowy figures lurking in their cabins or standing at the foot of their beds. I had these dreams every summer I worked there. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, with the campers peacefully asleep nearby. Sounds of distant screams and murmurs floated across the pond. Heavy footsteps echoed outside, and items often vanished or reappeared in unusual spots. Doors secured with thick locks were somehow found open. Counselors often left the job as believers, even if they arrived as skeptics, and returning staff accepted the oddities, warning new hires of the mysteries embedded in the camp. My first encounter with the strange history of the camp was during training in 2015. I remember, even as a child, seeing a single flat gravestone on the slope leading to the camp's pool, right outside the girls' village. The stone was ancient, the name and dates faded, but the way it was carved made it clear it was a grave. No one seemed to know why it was there, only that it had existed forever. By the end of that summer, the gravestone had mysteriously vanished, and the staff were instructed not to speak of it if campers asked. Many of my co-counselors shared tales with me, especially the older staff. The first stories I heard happened during the training week in June of 2015. My friends and I were discussing ghost stories, and a seasoned counselor, Gizmo, told us of the camp's 2 famous spirits. One was of a young boy seen running across the field in the streetlights from the road bordering the camp. He'd apparently been hit by a car while chasing a ball and now haunted the camp's outskirts as a shadowy figure. The other story was of a woman in white who could be seen standing on a porch in a nearby yard, staring up at the camp until dawn. By that point, we were thoroughly spooked. It was well past midnight, and we huddled in the glow of a brightly lit pavilion near the rec field. One of the older counselors, Slate, noticed how scared we were and later took me up the hill overlooking the rec field to explain the origins of the shadows we'd heard about. The streetlights on the field cast elongated, ghostly shadows, and one particular pole had an electrical box that cast a shape resembling a child mid-stride. He also pointed out the woman in white, which was, in fact, an oversized American flag that would look ethereal in the moonlight. despite his explanations, he assured me that these coincidences didn't discount the presence of other, more unexplained things on the grounds. One area of the camp that made me feel particularly uneasy was a building known as Day Lodge. The youngest campers attended day programs there, and it was the only two-story building on the property, a former house from the 1920s. Set on the farthest end of camp, Day Lodge felt isolated. It was a bit run down but had a beautiful main hall with large windows. The upper floor was an attic-like room used for activities, and getting there required a short hike through the woods. I always felt a sense of dread when walking into Day Lodge and tried to avoid going there alone. One eerie experience I had with Day Lodge happened in 2017 during our annual missing camper drill, a practice exercise where counselors split up to search for a lost camper. I was assigned to check Day Lodge alone. As I entered, calling out the camper's name, I felt a chilling silence that seemed to deepen with every step. The orange sunset filtering through the windows made the air feel oddly oppressive. As I went to leave, I noticed the cellar doors had been flung open and a dim light shone from within. I didn't even know those doors could open, let alone that there was a working light down there. The final straw that summer came during one of our last weeks, when I was running a program in Day Lodge with my co-counselor, Milo. He had a deep understanding of the supernatural and assured me that while the presence of spirits was likely, they weren't harmful, only interested in being acknowledged. His calm made me feel more at ease. By the end of the summer, the atmosphere inside Day Lodge felt less menacing, almost like the spirits were satisfied with our presence there. Even now, at 21, I can recount only a fraction of the things I experienced there. Although these spirits never physically harmed anyone, they seemed to linger, as if they wanted to be remembered and woven into the camp's identity. With so much history, the camp was their home as much as it was ours, and anyone who walked there learned to respect it. I'm not entirely sure who suggested it first, but by sunset we had picked a location and a date. Although I'd been on several camping trips before, I was pretty sure neither Rob nor Dan had. They had only joined the family later in life after my biological father passed away. He was the one who loved the outdoors, while my stepdad was never too keen on it. Not to say he wasn't a good man, he just wasn't into nature much. We made a detailed checklist of what we needed, including 4 cases of beer, possibly the most essential item of all. We packed up and set out at dawn, clueless about what lay ahead or how it would change our relationship, one we once thought was unbreakable. The 3-hour drive was quiet and uneventful. I was glad to see dry weather since fire starting, while not impossible for me, wasn't my specialty, and neither of my brothers had any real experience beyond lighting cigarettes. Just to be safe, I packed some lighter fluid, though I didn't end up needing it. While I worked on the fire, Rob and Dan put their YouTube game knowledge to work setting up the tent. I'd picked the simplest tent I could find, yet it still took almost an hour to set up. By then, the fire was blazing. I'd buried potatoes in the coals, prepped the steaks, and was on my second beer by the time they joined me. Dinner didn't take long to cook, and by nightfall, we were enjoying a hearty meal. Then, the real camping experience began. I'd chosen a remote spot intentionally, knowing we'd get loud and rowdy with some drinks and that I'd want to build a big bonfire and play music loud. That night was a blast. We went through 2 cases and didn't crash until dawn. It was something I'd been wanting to do for a while, and despite the hangover, I decided right then we'd make this a regular event. By the time I dragged myself out of my sleeping bag, it was already afternoon. Rob and Dan were awake, sitting by a dead fire, each with a beer in hand. When I asked why the fire was out, Rob mumbled about not being able to light it, which made me chuckle. I grabbed some wood, set it on the cold coals, and blew gently, and within moments the fire was roaring. Their expressions were priceless. Rob's mouth was agape, and Dan looked like he wanted to ask how I'd done it. While waiting for the water to boil, I cooked up a mess of eggs and potatoes. Breakfast with coffee was just what I needed, and soon after, I suggested we go fishing. We didn't get back to camp until near dark. Unfortunately, we hadn't caught anything worth keeping, but Rob was well on his way to a good buzz. I cooked the remaining steak, and we set out to finish the last of the beer. That night was much calmer than the previous one. I didn't want to make a huge fire, knowing I'd have to put it out before we left for home. We mostly chatted about trivial things like relationships and work, and around 2 a.m. we decided to call it a night. My last memory was of Rob stumbling out to relieve himself, having drunk much more than Dan or me. He tripped a few times trying to get out of his bag, but eventually made it. I must have passed out soon after that. The next thing I knew, the first light was starting to break through the trees, and I needed to relieve myself badly. As I unzipped the tent, I was hit by a strange burning smell, like scorched meat. I figured one of the guys had woken up early and was burning breakfast. I turned back to find Dan still asleep, so Rob must have been the one cooking. He was terrible at it. I crawled out, a playful jab ready on my tongue, but froze when I looked up. The fire was out, but Rob was nowhere to be seen. The dawn light was still dim, but I could make out a large shape sprawled over the cold coals. A wave of that burnt odor hit me, and suddenly, I understood what I was seeing. Rob was lying face down on part of the dead fire, motionless. Without thinking, I rolled him over. All I saw was blackened skin, and the stench was overpowering. I yelled for Dan, but when he didn't respond, I ran into the tent and shook him awake. When I shouted that Rob was dead, he shot up, stunned. I just pointed toward the remains of the fire and the sight that was becoming clearer with the rising sun. Dan dashed out of the tent and nearly came face to face with Rob's body. I stood behind him, silently, eyes closed, listening to Dan's heartbreaking cries. I wanted to be anywhere but there. The horrible stench, the sight, and the sound of Dan's wailing were unbearable. The cold breeze reminded me I'd wet myself, but it didn't matter. The horror only grew clearer every second. This was not how I wanted to remember Rob. Eventually, I crawled back into the tent, breaking down in tears. I don't know how long I cried before I called 911 to report what happened. They arrived about an hour and a half later. After the coroner took Rob's body, I worked up the nerve to come out. Dan was talking to an officer, but the lingering smell made me gag, so I retreated back to the tent. Another officer joined me inside, and we talked about the night before. After he left, I started packing up, and Dan joined me. We worked in silence, desperate to leave the horrific scene behind. Looking back, I probably seemed distant and cold, but as the eldest, I knew I'd have to tell the family, especially Mom. She'd be devastated. I didn't want her to find out through the news. I can't speak for Dan's feelings, but grief affects people in different ways. Mom had dreamed of a big family, and when Dad passed, she thought that dream was over. Meeting my stepfather gave her hope, and adopting Rob and Dan had fulfilled her dream. They'd been around 13 and 14 when she adopted them, at an age when adoption is rare, but she loved them instantly. I'd always thought of them as my brothers, as did the rest of the family. In the days following Rob's death, I noticed a change in Dan. He started watching me with a look I couldn't quite read, and I sensed he had suspicions. As more questions were raised, questions that the coroner couldn't entirely answer, I knew Dan's mind was racing. I'd assumed Rob tripped or passed out near the fire, given how drunk he was. But when the medical report came back, things looked different. Rob's back had unusual bruises, though he'd played rough sports before. His skull was fractured, something the doctor explained could happen in a fire, though it didn't ease Dan's growing doubts. As time passed, Dan grew more convinced that I was involved somehow. I'd seen Rob and Dan have tense arguments before, stopping whenever I walked into the room. Though I had my suspicions about their relationship, now was not the time to let our family fall apart. Mom needed us, and if she found out we were at odds, it would break her heart, or worse. I'm committed to bringing us back together. For Mom's sake and for Rob's memory, I owe him that much. Growing up was anything but pleasant. My parents didn't physically abuse me often, but they mostly ignored me. They both had problems with drinking. My mom worked part-time, claiming she wanted to be around for me, but she spent most of her free hours either asleep or with a bottle. My dad was the primary earner, driving long-haul trucks and being away for most of the time, which left me to take care of myself. We lived on the outskirts of town, near miles of forest. As far back as I can remember, I was fascinated by those woods, and soon I started spending my days exploring them. I realized pretty quickly that neither of my parents noticed when I was gone, so I began camping out there overnight, just to see if they'd miss me. As expected, they didn't. Eventually, I spent whole weeks camping in the dense forest. But all good things end. One morning, as I walked out of the woods, I got caught by my dad, who had just returned from a trip. It was early, around 5 a.m. on a school day, and he was furious to see his 12-year-old kid coming from the woods. I got a long lecture and a harsh punishment, but it didn't stop me. After lying low for a week, I waited for my dad to leave again and my mom to get into one of her drunks. Once I was sure she was passed out, I snuck back to what I considered my real home. Every morning, I'd return early before school, unnoticed. If I wasn't in class, I was in the woods. Early on, I noticed I wasn't alone. Groups of homeless people would camp out there. I made the mistake of staying in one spot for too long once and almost ended up in trouble because of it. After that, I moved my camps to the far side of the river. I'd sometimes watch them from a distance, witnessing their fights and struggles with addiction. I already saw enough of that kind of behavior at home, which made me resent them. As time passed, I ventured deeper into the forest, always on the lookout for new places to explore. Summer brought even more homeless people, filling the woods with makeshift camps. But I felt safe on my side of the river, the only one who knew where to cross. Until one day they ruined everything. I was down by the river collecting water when I heard distant voices. After grabbing what I needed, I returned to camp, but stopped when I saw a group arguing on the opposite side of the river. I hid and watched. There was a shabby tent, and a few men and a woman were yelling. They looked drunk, stumbling as they argued. I watched for a while until one man hit another over the head with a bottle. The victim fell, and then the attacker picked up a large rock and smashed it on him repeatedly, while the others just watched. I stifled a scream, frozen in horror. They eventually ran off, leaving the man lying there. I waited, hoping he'd move, but he didn't. Against my better judgment, I thought he needed help, so I ran the 3 miles home. My dad was there, and I was oddly relieved to see him. I burst in, breathless, and told them what I'd seen. But instead of helping, my dad yelled at me for disobeying him, and my mom accused me of lying for attention. The conversation ended with my dad using his belt on me, leaving me in tears and feeling utterly hopeless. Soon after, I was sent to live with my grandfather, as my parents couldn't handle me anymore. I expected things to get worse, but Grandpa Mac turned out to be the most caring person I'd ever met. When he first asked what I liked to do, I was stunned. No one had ever asked me that. I nervously told him about my love for nature, expecting ridicule, but instead, his face lit up. He shared his own camping memories with me, and I felt like the luckiest kid alive. As soon as spring came, we spent every moment hiking and exploring forests and parks. The knowledge he shared could fill books, and even now, I visit him often to tell him about my latest adventures. His body may be frail, but his mind is sharp as ever. He gave me a life I never imagined, simply because he loved me. Years later, after I'd built the courage, I told him the story of what I'd witnessed back in the woods and how I'd carried the guilt of doing nothing. He hugged me tightly and suggested I tell the police, which I did. I was finally able to let go of the guilt. Later, I learned that the people responsible had been found, thanks to the woman who confessed. They even thanked me for coming forward. Now that I've grown up, I see how it was my parents who were in the wrong. I went off to college, and when I returned for Christmas, Mac told me the case had finally been solved. Since then, I've been able to put that dark part of my life behind me. My love for nature has even become my career, allowing me to explore and protect wild places all over. Without Grandpa Mac's love, patience, and guidance, none of it would have been possible. The arguments always began the same way. You'd never find me dead in that national park, surrounded by nothing but crowds of people in their RVs, he'd say, insisting on the old-fashioned ways that he loved. Calling him old school was putting it nicely. If anything wasn't made of canvas or leather, he thought of it as flimsy junk. Mom tried more than once to get him to accept newer things like nylon tents, but he wouldn't budge. He'd much rather lug around the musty canvas tent everywhere we camped. And don't get me started on those leaking kerosene cans. He was a man who definitely belonged in another time. Roughing it might as well have been his life motto. We put up with his outdated ways of camping until one trip almost cost my younger brother his life. A wake-up call for everyone. Back in the early 80s, Dad used to take us to a national forest every Thanksgiving. The weather was usually mild, and the forest beautiful, the scent of pine always filling the air. These trips often overlapped with hunting season, and I remember Dad used to hunt himself before meeting Mom, though she'd stopped him from doing that. Perhaps this annual outing was his way of pushing back a little. Regardless, gunshots weren't an uncommon sound near our camp, and with the easygoing parenting style of that era, no one thought much about the risk of two young boys exploring the woods by themselves during hunting season. It was normal for my brother Mike and me to leave camp at sunrise, playing until lunchtime and then heading back out until supper. We'd been doing it for years, so nobody thought twice. On one particular Thanksgiving, we spent the entire day crawling through the brush, playing war games like the heroes in the Rambo movies we loved. Mike had recently turned 9, and his gift was a set of walkie-talkies. They weren't great quality, but we were thrilled with them. After lunch, we returned to the woods. I can't recall exactly what I was doing, but I knew Mike was nearby, sneaking up on me. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and a whistling sound near my head. I dropped flat on the ground, unsure of what was happening, and waited, listening. Only seconds later, I heard a faint moaning. Mike wasn't beside me, so I tried calling him on the walkie-talkie, but there was no answer. Then I heard my name faintly. I called out again, unsure if he was playing a prank or if something was wrong, but heard nothing except the rustling of leaves. The sound was faint, but I followed it, moving carefully in the direction it came from. Then I heard another moan close by. After crawling through some brush, I finally spotted the toe of a Nike sneaker. It had to be Mike's. My heart dropped as I ran over. There was Mike, lying under a bush, his face frozen in fear, with blood pooling under his arm. I wanted to be brave for him, so I scooped him up, though he was too heavy for me. I made it about 100 yards before having to stop, and he told me in a weak voice to go get help. Holding back tears, I ran back to camp as fast as I could. When I burst into camp, Mom's expression turned to panic. Dad quickly asked, "How bad is it?" I couldn't catch my breath to explain, so I pointed in the direction I'd left Mike. Dad ran off, and by the time I caught up, he was already carrying him back to camp. The drive to the hospital was terrifying. Mom kept talking to Mike, telling him to hang on, while I pressed my shirt against his wound. We made it in record time, just under 20 minutes. Dad handed Mike to the doctors, and they rushed him into surgery. The next 3 hours were pure agony. Looking back, I'm amazed at how calm my parents seemed, though I now know they were just holding it together for us. It was after midnight when the doctor finally came out to tell us Mike would pull through, though he'd come close to death more than once during surgery. The police came by at dawn to investigate the shooting. I was shaken while recounting everything, realizing for the first time how close I'd come to being shot myself. Mike stayed in the hospital for weeks, with my parents renting a nearby room to be close by. Dad might have stayed at the camp, but after a brief conversation with Mom, he agreed to stay in town. The detectives kept us updated, but by the time Mike was discharged, they hadn't found the shooter. The leading theory was that a poacher mistook Mike's movement for an animal and fired. It's been 34 years, and no one has ever been conclusively linked to the incident. Mike eventually recovered, went on to start a family, and lead a normal life. Something good did come out of it. After that, Dad decided that camping in more populated parks, where he once thought only tourists went, was much safer. From then on, we spent our holidays in places like Yosemite and the Grand Canyon. Exactly how I'd always imagined camping should be. Safe and peaceful. And I'm sure Mike feels the same way. Years ago, I was camping in a small area of land in Western Virginia where my mom's side of the family owned a few little cabins. It was way out in the wilderness on private property where almost everyone on the mountain was somehow related to us. We spent our summers around the campfire telling spooky tales and playing with my cousins. To give you an idea of the layout, imagine a large capital T for a road. About 150 feet north of the T was a river. Going left on the T took you past several family homes and thick woods that bordered the road. Heading right brought you to my mom's tiny cabin where we stayed. I often wandered off on my own since I liked exploring by myself. This time, though, my aunt, who was 14 years older than me, asked if she could come along. She was tall, nearly 6 feet, with blue hair at the time and covered in tattoos. Definitely not the kind of person who scared easily. She admitted she wanted to tag along so she could smoke a joint away from my grandmother's disapproving eyes. I was a pretty straight-laced kid, and although she offered me a hit, I declined. At the end of the road, there was a rough dirt path into the woods, with the river still about 150 feet above us on a slight incline. As we walked, I was watching the fish and crayfish move in the water while my aunt lagged behind, getting high. I was lost in my thoughts when a sudden clicking sound snapped me back to reality. I looked up, startled, and saw a man I didn't recognize standing on the other side of the river, about 15 feet away. He seemed to have just emerged from the woods. Though it was summer, he wore a black jacket and worn-out jeans, and he held an old, cheap film camera. He wound it with a click to take another photo. I was shocked. I'd never seen anyone out here except my own family in all the years we'd been coming. He gave me a strange smile and then lifted the camera to snap another photo of me. He looked to be in his 40s, tall and thin, with an unkempt appearance. I took a step back, and he stepped forward, winding the camera again and aiming it at me. I was frozen with fear, taking another shaky step backward, almost slipping on a rock as I did. Just then, my aunt emerged from the trees, mid-sentence, talking about how much she missed being out there. She stopped when she saw him, her face dropping. The man wasn't looking at her, though. His eyes stayed fixed on me as he clicked the camera again. Then he did something chilling. He wagged his finger at me, then pointed to a knife sheath on his hip, running his finger across his throat in a slicing motion. At that moment, my instincts kicked in. I spun around and grabbed my aunt, running back through the trees as fast as I could, though I thought I heard one last click behind us. I ran blindly, feeling like my legs were made of jelly, hearing splashes behind me as he seemed to follow. The river was deep in some parts, but in others, a grown man could wade across. We finally came to a staircase in the woods, where my aunt yanked me down to hide, both of us gasping for air. We could hear branches snapping as someone barreled through the forest. Terrified, we knew the trail back to the family property was rough and winding. We had to weave through rocky dips and try to keep our footing on loose stones, all while avoiding snakes in the area. I was sobbing, feeling like I couldn't go on, but my aunt urged me forward. She finally took my arm, and we stumbled our way back to the T-road. Just then, I tripped over a branch, hitting my head on a tree and biting my lip. Dizzy, I tried to stand as my aunt rushed back to help me. Still terrified, we stumbled forward together until we finally broke through the woods. We made it to my grandmother's cabin, bursting in, both of us scratched up and visibly shaken. My grandma immediately called my grandfather, who grabbed his rifle and rallied the other men to search for the man we'd seen. Since there was no cell signal up there, calling the police wasn't an option, and even if they could have come, it would take them over an hour to get up the winding mountain road. My mom arrived after hearing what happened. She didn't believe the story at first, thinking we'd just seen a random trespasser and overreacted. But my aunt got angry, defending me, and swore we were telling the truth. Although the men searched, they found no sign of the stranger. Everyone locked their doors that night, something no one usually bothered to do there. Even now, I wonder if I ended up in some creepy stranger's collection of photos, or what might have happened if I'd been alone like usual. It was back in 1999 when an old buddy of mine invited me on a camping trip. I hadn't been camping since I was around 13, so I agreed. It sounded like a blast, and I spent the whole week excited for it. The night before we left, I barely slept. He came by just after 5:30 a.m., and we drove about 90 miles to the state park. I dozed off a bit on the way, so I felt a little more refreshed when we got there. Once we arrived, he dropped the surprise on me. We'd still have to hike another couple of hours to reach the campsite. I tried to convince him to pick a closer spot, but he insisted I'd love the place he had in mind. With some reluctance, I followed him. The first 30 minutes of the hike weren't so bad, mostly downhill, but as time passed, I started to feel tired. We paused for a short rest halfway there, but soon enough we were back on the path. The second half of the hike was mostly uphill, and it wasn't long before I felt drained again, barely paying attention to the trail. When we finally reached a level stretch, I felt relieved. My friend was ahead of me and somehow missed the trap, but I didn't. All I remember is 1 second I was trudging along, and the next, I hit the ground hard. The jolt of landing woke me up fully, and the rush of adrenaline masked most of the pain. But as I tried to stand, my right leg gave way, and I fell back onto a sharp stick poking up from the ground. Apparently, there were a few stakes at the bottom, but most had been knocked over. I glanced down and saw the bone jutting out from my shin. Instinctively, I pulled the stick out, which made me feel even more queasy. Looking up, I saw nothing but a ring of sky framed by tree branches. I guess the pit was about 9 or 10 feet deep, something that would have taken whoever dug it days to finish. I yelled for my friend, and soon his laughing face appeared above me. He hadn't realized how badly I was hurt, but when I explained, his laughter turned to panic. I asked what had happened, and he said it looked like some hunters had set up a trap for bears, and I'd stumbled into it. I figured he'd just reach down and help me out, but that didn't work. He tried again using a sturdy branch. At first, it seemed like I'd be able to get out, but the pain in my leg was so intense I couldn't bear any weight on it. Realizing I wasn't getting out without more help, I told him to head back to the ranger station we'd passed, which was about an hour away, and get assistance. After he left, I was alone with nothing but the pain to focus on. Came in waves, and the nausea wasn't helping. I thought about making a splint, but the moment I tried to tighten it, I nearly blacked out. I decided it was better to leave it be, putting my head between my knees until the dizziness subsided. I tried to distract myself by singing, but then I noticed the sky getting darker and distant thunder rumbled. I told myself a little rain wouldn't hurt. Little did I know, things were about to get much worse. The rain started as a light drizzle, but within minutes, it was pouring. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then I noticed water filling up the hole. By the time I realized I was in trouble, my feet were already underwater. I clawed my way up the wall to keep as much of myself above water as possible, praying the storm would pass soon. After about an hour, the rain eased up, and the water level had only reached my knees. But before I could relax, it started coming down even harder. The only upside was that the rain distracted me from the throbbing pain in my leg. I tried to keep my spirits up by thinking of jokes and movies, but time crawled by. The next hour felt like the longest of my life. Finally, I heard voices above me, and they managed to pull me out. By then, the water had risen to just below my waist. The thought of drowning in a remote hole like that still haunts me. The ride to the hospital was a blur. I had surgery where they put in some screws and a couple of plates, and eventually I was sent home. The next 2 months on crutches felt like forever, but I was grateful just to be alive. My leg may have been broken, but I was still here. We never got to redo that trip, but I've since taken my kids camping a few times. Maybe I'll reach out to my friend. It's been a few years since we last talked, and a camping trip could be the perfect way to reconnect. This time, though, I'll keep a closer eye on the trail. I'm a 16-year-old who lives in Tucson, Arizona. This happened around 5 months ago on an overnight hike in the Catalina Mountains, about an hour and a half north of Tucson. I'm not going to reveal the exact trail since I've learned from experience that publicizing secluded trails, abandoned cabins, or ghost stories online often attracts people who leave behind litter and play loud music. This particular route was a 9-mile loop through a narrow canyon. I planned it as a simple overnight trip and had intended to go with a friend, but he canceled last minute. So, with my gear ready, I decided to head out on my own. Delays leaving the house and difficulties on some rough dirt roads meant I didn't reach the trailhead until about 6:30 p.m. That's a late start for a 4-mile trek to my planned campsite, and it was quickly getting dark. I figured if I moved fast, I could cover 2 or 3 miles before setting up camp. Soon, I found myself walking a dimly lit trail alone with only my headlamp, the nearest person miles away down a long dirt road. Hiking in darkness is eerie, especially in isolated areas. Eventually, it became so dark that I could only see where my headlamp shone. Realizing I needed to set up camp, I chose a spot that wasn't ideal but had signs of previous campers. A few burned logs and a rough fire ring. I quickly gathered dry wood, got a fire going, and set up my tarp, eager to dig into the chili mac I brought along. My nerves started to settle as I ate by the fire, but the unease of being alone lingered. To help you picture my setup, I was in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees, with the trail about 30 feet away. In the firelight, everything beyond its circle was pitch dark. I was just finishing my meal when a small rock, no bigger than a marble, rolled into my camp. I froze, startled, certain I was alone out here. I swung my headlamp toward where the rock had come from, but the dense trees and brush blocked most of my view. I spent the next several minutes scanning the area, heart pounding, afraid to venture too far from the safety of the fire. Eventually, I convinced myself that I must have accidentally kicked the rock or it fell from a tree. Trying to brush it off, I settled in for the night, unaware of the terror to come. I woke up to a faint rustling sound, barely audible. Still half asleep, I listened as the sound gradually faded, like it was moving away. I reached for my flashlight, which I'd left right next to me, but after fumbling around, I realized it was gone. Fully awake now, I sat up, searching in confusion. Then, I saw a light in the woods about 20 feet away, my flashlight lying in a pile of leaves. My stomach dropped. The flashlight I'd left by my side was now out in the trees. I quickly slipped on my boots, gripped my knife, and weighed my options. Stay and wait out the night or make a risky 3-mile hike back to my car in the dark. I decided to stay, figuring whoever was out there had a better chance of finding me if I wandered into the woods. Hours passed, and I heard soft footsteps, distant but unmistakable, as if someone was casually strolling nearby. The footsteps would fade, only to return an hour or so later, always maintaining a slow, steady pace. This cycle continued for hours until I heard the steps draw closer, within several feet of my camp. By then, my fire was just glowing embers, offering barely any light. The footsteps stopped, and everything went silent. I sat there, knife in hand, motionless and terrified, praying for dawn. Finally, as daylight crept in, I realized I was alone. I packed up, hiked the trail back to my car, and didn't stop until I reached the dirt road. As I climbed into my car, I noticed something in the dust on my rear window. The words, "Sleep tight." This was by far the most disturbing experience I've had exploring Arizona. If there's someone living in those mountains, my advice is to keep a safe distance. The story of my first and last camping experience happened when I was 15. In my family, my mom, brother, and sister decided to go camping with our aunt, uncle, and 2 cousins for the weekend. It was my family's first true camping trip, though my aunt, uncle, and cousins had camped countless times before. Our first afternoon and evening actually went quite well. I was surprised by how much I enjoyed myself. But later that night, around 10 p.m., my cousins, sister, and I were settling into our tent, lying down to sleep, when we suddenly heard footsteps circling outside. A bit alarmed, we sat up, listening as someone traced around the tent, likely with a stick, brushing it along the sides as they walked. At one point, my sister reached out and felt a leg through the fabric. We knew it couldn't be our mom. Her breathing is very noticeable because of her unique breathing pattern, and it wasn't our younger brother, who was only 6 at the time. The footsteps were clearly those of an adult. One of my cousins suggested that it was probably her dad, who loved pulling pranks, especially at night. Curious, we peeked out of the small window in the tent, which faced the road by our campsite. There, we saw our aunt and uncle walking back from the restrooms. That's when my cousins, sister, and I started to realize whoever was outside our tent wasn't someone from our family. It was a complete stranger, and the only thing separating us from this person was a thin layer of fabric. As soon as our aunt and uncle got close to the campsite, we called them over and explained what happened. Everything fell silent after that, and we figured the person had run off as our aunt and uncle approached. My cousins and sister were understandably spooked by the experience, but I was so tired I barely processed how frightening it truly was. The rest of the trip went relatively well, and I tried to enjoy it as best I could. The worst part, though, was that nobody really believed us. Our aunt, uncle, and mom teased us, saying we were just paranoid. They knew we loved creepy stories and mysteries, so they thought we were letting our imaginations run wild. Still, it bothers me to this day, as I never found out who was outside our tent or what they wanted. I often wonder what would have happened if our aunt and uncle hadn't come back when they did. It's not like we could have defended ourselves, we were just 4 young teens. Since then, I've been completely turned off by the idea of camping and don't plan on going again. When I was around 6 or 7, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. During that period, I used to go to a day camp specifically for children with diabetes. My mom would drop me off in the morning and pick me up a few hours later. I remember doing all kinds of activities there, like fishing and playing different games, but one memory stands out the most: going swimming. There was an older teenage counselor there. Let's call him Jake. He always made me feel uncomfortable. I don't remember much about him, but I recall he had something unusual about his appearance, like a noticeable piercing. Each time I was in my swimsuit and getting ready to swim, Jake would look at me in a way that felt strange. When I walked past him, he'd be sitting nearby, often commenting about how nice I looked, even giving me winks sometimes. Occasionally, he'd suggest we go together to quieter spots around the camp, but I never went. I was shy and reserved, especially around people I didn't know well. One day, while I was swimming with my camp group, I started to feel the signs of low blood sugar. My counselor suggested I should go inside, but I was stubborn and refused, as I sometimes did when my blood sugar was low. The next thing I remember, I'd passed out in the pool. I woke up later in the camp's medical area, where they told me the lifeguard had pulled me out and performed CPR to revive me. As I was leaving, I saw Jake again. He made an offhand comment about the lifeguard performing mouth-to-mouth, saying it was funny or amusing. That day, I told my mom I didn't want to go back to camp, making up an excuse about missing home because I thought no one would believe the actual reason, especially from a young kid. Years later, in 2020, I finally told my mom everything. She was apologetic and asked why I hadn't shared it sooner. I explained that I'd been scared no one would take me seriously. I'm not sure if Jake ever thinks about what he did or if he's hurt anyone else, but I hope he hasn't. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. During that time, I used to attend a day camp specifically for kids with diabetes. My mom would drop me off in the morning, and she'd pick me up around midday. I remember participating in all sorts of activities like fishing and playing games, but one memory stands out the most: swimming. There was an older teenage counselor, let's call him Alex, who always made me uncomfortable. I don't remember much about him, but I do recall that he had a piercing or something unusual about his appearance. Every time I was in my swimsuit and getting ready for the pool, Alex would look at me in a way that made me feel uneasy. When I'd walk past, he'd be sitting nearby and would often make remarks about how good I looked, sometimes winking at me. Occasionally, he'd try to get me to go with him to more secluded areas of the camp, but I never went along. I was a shy, quiet kid who only felt comfortable around people I knew. One day, while swimming with my camp group, I started to feel the symptoms of low blood sugar. My counselor told me it was time to go inside, but I was stubborn and said no, as I sometimes got when I was low. Before I knew it, I had passed out in the pool. I later woke up in the camp's medical area, where they told me the lifeguard had pulled me out and performed CPR. As I was leaving, I saw Alex again. He made an inappropriate comment about the lifeguard performing mouth-to-mouth, saying it was hot. That day, I told my mom that I didn't want to return to camp, making up an excuse about feeling homesick because I didn't think anyone would believe the real reason, especially coming from a kid. Years later, in 2019, I finally told my mom the full story. She apologized and asked why I hadn't told her sooner. I explained that I was afraid no one would believe me. I don't know if Alex remembers what he did or if he ever hurt anyone else, but I hope he hasn't. As summer was drawing to a close, with only a week left before I returned to college, my friends Mia and Rachel thought we should have one last adventure. We decided on a light hike and a simple camping trip overnight, nothing too strenuous. We just wanted a break from our usual routine of working and binge-watching shows, something that felt like a real summer memory. The morning started exactly how we planned. We packed the car with our camping gear, grabbed some snacks, and hit the road, music blasting and windows down. We must have played Don't Stop Believin' at least 5 times. The trail we picked was about an hour's drive away, a secluded spot Mia's older brother had recommended, saying we'd likely have it to ourselves. Sounded perfect. On the way, we decided it wouldn't be a proper camping trip without some beer. We pulled into a gas station, hoping we could get lucky. None of us were old enough to buy alcohol yet, but Rachel, ever the confident one, strolled into the store to try. Mia and I stayed in the car, laughing and joking. But when Rachel returned empty-handed, she shook her head, clearly frustrated. "The guy didn't even consider it," she grumbled as she got back into the driver's seat. Rachel wasn't used to being turned down, so I could tell she was a bit embarrassed. Just as we were about to abandon the beer idea, a man who had been filling up his car walked over to us. He looked ordinary enough. Average height, a little scruffy, maybe mid-20s, dressed in a decent green flannel shirt. But something about the friendly smile and how quickly he approached us made me feel slightly uneasy. He greeted us with a deep voice, "Hey there," then leaned down to Mia's window. "Need a hand getting something?" he asked, his tone casual, though his eyes lingered on each of us just a little too long. Rachel, ever bold, jumped at the offer. "Yeah, could you grab us some beers? We have cash," she said, handing him a 20. He nodded and smiled. "Sure, what kind do you want?" Although he smiled, something about him seemed off to me. But Rachel was already chatting with him, so it was too late to back out. He came back with a pack of beer and some change. "Here you go," he said, handing it over with the same smile. Then he hesitated, as if waiting for something. "Thanks," Rachel said quickly, taking the beer and giving him a quick wave, and Mia started the car. We drove off, and when I glanced back, I noticed he was still standing there, watching us. "That was odd," I murmured, but Rachel just shrugged. "Relax, he was just helping us out." The drive to the trailhead was uneventful, and soon we were hiking in the woods, surrounded by tall trees and birdsong. The trail was as beautiful as Mia's brother had promised. We took pictures, laughed, and enjoyed the calm of being out in nature. But as the day wore on, I began to feel a little uneasy. Every so often, I'd hear a faint noise, a twig snapping or leaves rustling, but each time I looked back, there was nothing. I tried to tell myself it was just normal forest sounds, but a strange feeling lingered. By the time we set up camp, the sun was setting, and our corner of the forest grew dark fast. We built a small fire, roasted marshmallows, and opened a few beers, trying to shake off the discomfort. Jess and Rachel were having a blast, and I tried to relax too, but the darkness felt heavy. As we sat around the fire, Mia suddenly mentioned the sounds, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you hear that? It sounds like someone walking out there." Rachel immediately brushed it off, saying, "It's probably animals." But even she didn't sound totally sure. Eventually, we climbed into the tent, snuggled into our sleeping bags, and tried to sleep. But rest didn't come easily. The sounds outside began again. To me, it almost sounded like footsteps, twigs snapping, leaves crunching, and my heart was pounding. I could tell Mia and Rachel were also awake, shifting uncomfortably in their bags. After what felt like forever lying in silence, I finally whispered to the girls that I was going to check on the fire to make sure it was completely out. They nodded silently, and I unzipped the tent to step outside. The woods were pitch black, except for a faint glow from the embers. I grabbed a water bottle to pour over the coals when I heard those sounds again. Footsteps directly behind me. I froze, feeling like I couldn't breathe. Slowly, I turned around, and there, just a few feet away, stood the man from the gas station. I could barely see his face in the dim light, but I recognized the green flannel shirt. A surge of fear held me in place. I couldn't move or breathe. He simply stared, unmoving, which somehow made it even more terrifying. Finally, I found my voice. "Get away from me!" I screamed. The sound seemed to startle him, and he took a step back, then turned and dashed into the woods. I ran back to the tent, shaking Mia and Rachel awake, shouting that we needed to leave immediately. They didn't ask questions. My panic was enough to set them into motion. We packed up hastily, stuffing everything into our bags without bothering to fold the tent. The trail back was nerve-wracking. We couldn't see much, and every little noise sent us into a panic, making us walk faster. We finally reached the car before dawn, and the drive back was silent as we tried to process what had happened. Looking back, we probably should have called the police right then, but all we could think about was getting away. When we got to Mia's house, we just sat in the driveway trying to calm down. Eventually, I called the police, giving them a description of the man from the gas station and the rough time we'd seen him. Rachel was nervous about mentioning the beer, but I felt it was more important to report the encounter. Years have passed, and we never found out who he was or what he wanted. Sometimes I still think about that night, about seeing him standing in the darkness, and I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't gone out to check the fire. It's a memory that haunts me, and I can only hope that he was just a strange, overly curious person and nothing worse. In college, you assume projects are straightforward. Choose a topic, research, and present what you find, hopefully learning something along the way. That's what my friend Miguel and I thought when we enrolled in a course that required making a documentary. We figured it would be a nice break from our usual workload. The assignment sounded easy enough: film a short documentary. But being the ambitious pair we were, we decided to aim higher, to make something unique and intriguing. That's how we ended up deep in an allegedly haunted forest near our town, planning to disprove the eerie tales that had kept people away for years. The forest had an odd beauty: towering trees, lush undergrowth, and an eerie quietness that made it feel almost therapeutic, until you noticed the silence felt heavy, as if the place was holding its breath. Generations of stories surrounded this forest. Local tribes considered it sacred, and, predictably, tales of ghosts, spirits, and forbidden rituals followed. In my view, it was just exaggerated folklore. People passed down these stories, adding layers with each retelling, so the tales became distorted over time. Locals stayed clear of the forest, and those who ventured in often came back uneasy, speaking of strange energies. I didn't believe in the supernatural, and neither did Miguel. To us, it was just superstition, which made it a perfect subject for our documentary. We wanted to peel back the layers and show that these woods were simply trees and shadows. We spent hours filming, capturing scenes of sunlight filtering through the leaves, the thick vegetation, and even a few caves scattered throughout the forest. The forest was objectively beautiful. One small cave drew us in. It wasn't deep, but the light hitting the rocks gave it an ominous look that suited our project's vibe. While we were setting up in the cave, something shifted. Clouds covered the sun, and the forest sounds seemed to fade. Miguel stopped abruptly, asking in a low voice if I heard anything. I hadn't, but the tense look on his face made me uneasy. We listened closely, and then I heard it too. A sound coming from outside the cave. It wasn't the wind. The steps drew closer, then faded away as if retreating. We exchanged nervous looks, trying to laugh off our jitters, but in that moment, I felt a flicker of fear. My mind searched for logical explanations, another hiker perhaps, or a passing animal. But the more we stood there, the more those ideas felt hollow. Trying to keep calm, I suggested we pack up, and Miguel quickly agreed. We gathered our gear, playing it cool, but it was clear we were both on edge. As we left the cave, the forest seemed darker than before. The sun was dipping behind clouds, and a creeping sense of dread hung in the air. We'd barely made it out when the sounds came again, louder and closer. We stopped to listen as the noise shifted into distinct footsteps. Turning around, I caught sight of two figures moving through the trees. Their shapes were shadowy, blurring with the dim light. We didn't wait around to investigate, we ran. I glanced back a few times, trying to see who or what was following us, but it was impossible to make out any details. They moved swiftly and quietly, almost as if gliding through the trees. As we ran, their steps grew louder until it felt like they were nearly on top of us. I risked one last look and saw their forms more clearly. They were human-like, yet something was off in their movements. They wore dark clothing and seemed to float effortlessly through the forest. Miguel noticed I was slowing down, shouted at me to keep up, and we finally made a last dash for the car. We dove in, locking the doors, Miguel's hands shaking as he fumbled with the keys. When the engine finally roared to life, relief washed over me, until I noticed the dashboard warning about low tire pressure. Miguel looked confused but didn't dwell on it. He threw the car into gear, but as soon as we tried to drive, the vehicle lurched. All our tires were flat, slashed clean through. I leaned out to confirm, and before we could process it, movement in the tree line caught my eye. 3 figures appeared, not just 2 walking towards us. My stomach tightened as I realized these were the same shadowy forms we'd seen before. They weren't spirits, but real people dressed in black, faces concealed by smooth, blank masks. Miguel tried calling for help, but the weak signal kept failing. Finally, he got through to someone, desperately shouting our location before the call dropped again. Now that they were closer, I could see small details. A slender build, glittering nail polish on one figure's hand. This small human detail somehow made the situation even worse. They were real people, not supernatural beings, yet just as terrifying. One of them started pounding on the window, while the others slammed on the car doors. Each hit rattled the car, and the glass began to crack. I heard them laughing, which somehow made everything even more sinister. The glass was seconds from shattering when lights appeared behind us. A park ranger's truck, its siren blaring. The masked figures froze, and with one look at the incoming vehicle, they turned and vanished into the trees. The ranger pulled up beside us, concern and confusion on his face as he approached. We assured him we were okay, though we were both badly shaken. He called for backup, and we left our car behind, grateful to escape those woods. At the station, police questioned us, and we recounted everything. Later, they managed to catch one of the masked people, a large man with roses tattooed on his temples, their stems winding down his neck. When asked why he did it, he only grinned and replied, "Because I could. I wanted to. No remorse, no empathy, only satisfaction." They never found the other 2, nor uncovered any motive, leaving an unsettling mystery in those woods. Miguel and I left the woods convinced they weren't haunted, but the monsters lurking there were human all along. In the fall of 2017, my partner and I, along with our friends Mike and Sarah, had organized a hiking trip. We'd all been looking forward to it for weeks, as it was rare for us to get a whole weekend off together since we worked in completely different fields. When we finally got the chance, we eagerly grabbed it, planning to leave early on Saturday morning and spend the day exploring the mountains. We had picked out a trail that was supposed to have beautiful views, and all of us were excited to disconnect from the everyday grind. The drive to the trailhead was relaxing, with the sun just starting to rise, casting a warm golden glow across everything. We were laughing, sharing stories, and enjoying the early start. But as soon as we pulled up to the trailhead, our enthusiasm took a hit. The sky darkened suddenly, and within minutes it started pouring rain, so heavy that visibility was almost zero. We hoped it was just a passing shower, so we decided to wait it out in the car. After all, we had driven all this way and weren't about to turn back so soon. Rain hammered down on the roof, fogging up the windows. It wasn't the beginning we'd planned, but we were determined to make the best of it. After about 20 minutes, the rain finally lightened, leaving behind a misty and gray atmosphere. We debated whether to continue, but the trail was calling to us, and none of us wanted to waste the trip. We gathered our gear and set out. However, we didn't get far before the rain started again, even harder this time. It felt like someone had turned on a giant faucet, and we were drenched within seconds. Laughing and grumbling, we hurried back to the car, trying to shield ourselves from the downpour. But as we reached the car, we noticed something that made us all freeze. A young woman stood next to our vehicle, completely soaked. Her clothes clung to her in tatters, and she looked exhausted, with matted hair and dirt smeared across her face. At first, I thought the rain was playing tricks on my eyes, but she was indeed real, standing right beside the car, staring through the windows. Acting on instinct, I called out, "Hey, get away from the car." My reaction was more out of fear than anything else. But she didn't budge. She just kept staring at us with hollow, lifeless eyes, like a deer frozen in headlights. Before I could shout again, my partner grabbed my arm and whispered that she might be hurt. Sarah and Mike stayed silent, unsure of what to do. I didn't want to let the stranger into our car, but I also couldn't ignore the possibility that she might be in trouble. Against my better judgment, we all squeezed into the SUV, with the woman in the back seat beside my partner, who tried to comfort her. The air felt thick with tension, turning what was supposed to be a relaxing hike into a strange and unsettling situation. The woman barely spoke. In fact, she said nothing at all. She sat shivering and staring straight ahead, which only heightened our unease. My partner whispered that she might be in shock and started guessing about what might have happened to her. Mascara streaked down her cheeks, but we couldn't tell if it was from the rain or tears. We tried asking her what happened, but she didn't respond. I glanced at her in the rearview mirror, trying to read her expression, but her face was blank, as if no one was really home. Mike suggested driving to the nearest gas station to call for help, and we all agreed. We had no cell signal, so that was our best option. I started the car and began navigating the slick, muddy road as the wipers struggled against the relentless rain. I know it's easy to say this now, but something about her felt wrong to me. The way she'd appeared out of nowhere, her eerie silence, and the fact that she seemed unfazed by the cold or the rain. It all set me on edge. We were only a couple of minutes from the gas station when the woman suddenly let out a piercing scream, so loud and shrill that I nearly lost control of the car. She started thrashing in the back seat, pounding on the windows and seats, making it impossible for me to steer properly. I struggled to keep us on the road, but with the rain and the slippery conditions, the car skidded off into a ditch. After the car came to a stop, there was silence except for the pounding rain. We were all trying to catch our breath, stunned by what had just happened. Then, out of nowhere, the woman started laughing, a cold, hollow sound that cut through the tension like a knife. I had a minor scrape on my forehead from hitting the steering wheel, but everyone else was unharmed. Mike, furious, shouted, "What is wrong with you?" The woman's laughter abruptly stopped, and she pulled a small blade from inside her shirt. It looked like a box cutter. She held my partner by the neck with her left arm and pressed the blade against Sarah's throat with her right. In a chillingly calm voice, she demanded, "Give me all your cash." There was no fear in her voice, only a twisted satisfaction. We didn't hesitate. We handed over our money and whatever else we had, too terrified to resist. My partner was crying. Mike was muttering under his breath, and I was just trying to keep myself together. The woman grabbed the money, opened the car door, and bolted into the rain without a backward glance. We sat there in stunned silence, watching her disappear into the storm. After a moment, I restarted the car, and my partner shut the door as we made our way to the gas station. We reported the incident, but by then, the woman was long gone. The police took our statements but didn't seem hopeful about finding her. This event happened around 7 years back. I'll change names here for privacy reasons, and this is just a temporary account and the only time I'll post under it. I was with my girlfriend, we'll call her Jamie, for 3 years at that point. We both had a passion for the outdoors, hiking, fishing, picnics, you name it. We enjoyed taking spontaneous drives to different parks to explore. One Saturday morning, we decided on a hike that was quite a drive from home. I packed some camping supplies just in case we wanted to stay overnight or sleep in the car, depending on the weather. We weren't keen on spending the night if it started raining, even if we had the car. The hike began smoothly, the soft sounds of running water, birds, insects, and other wildlife around us. It was what kept us drawn to nature, an escape from the busyness of everyday life. Hiking gave us a chance to clear our heads and reconnect. We usually spent our time together talking about our future, our dreams like a wedding, the kind of house we'd like, or the neighborhood where we might settle down. We also fantasized about having a cozy winter getaway someday and hoped that not having kids would give us financial freedom to travel. It may sound odd, but our best conversations always seemed to happen during these hikes. However, as we went deeper into the woods, I started to feel a strange sense of unease. It was as if the peaceful sounds had shifted. The chirps and rustling around us had a different vibe, and even the water flowing from far behind began to sound like soft whispers. It felt as if someone was watching or trying to get my attention. I quickly brushed it off and kept up our conversation. Not long after, I found myself feeling unusually tired and asked Jamie if we could pause for a break. I was surprised because I usually didn't need to rest. I assumed it was because I hadn't stayed hydrated. After the break, I noticed Jamie's mood seemed to change. She seemed quieter and a little irritated. I didn't think much of it at first, figuring she might be tired too, so I tried to keep our conversation light. But then she became downright snappy. Every time I said something, she responded with a sarcastic or rude remark. At first, I thought she was joking, but soon it was clear she wasn't. I asked if she wanted to turn back, take another break, or maybe just walk in silence, hoping to improve the situation. She refused to speak, wearing a cold expression. I racked my brain, trying to recall if I'd said or done anything that might have upset her, but I couldn't think of anything. As we reached the farthest point we'd planned to go on our hike, Jamie suddenly had a full-blown meltdown, screaming and crying at the same time. When I approached to see what was wrong, she became aggressive, wildly swinging her arms. One of her arms struck my temple, knocking my glasses off. I'm practically blind without them, so I panicked, searching the ground to find them. This kind of behavior was entirely out of character for her. Jamie was never the type to act unpredictably like this. I scrambled on the ground to find my glasses, feeling like a cartoon character, while Jamie was still waving her arms and running away, shouting. Luckily, I managed to find my glasses quickly and caught up to her. When I finally reached her, she seemed disoriented. Her eyes weren't glazed over, but they looked distant, as if she were there physically but not fully present. It's hard to describe, but that's the best way I can explain it. She had stopped yelling and calmed down a bit, so I sat her down and gave her some water. She was still quiet but seemed to be regaining her composure. Once I felt she could walk again, we started making our way back to the car. As we moved away from the spot where she'd had her breakdown, she seemed to return to her normal self. She began talking again and asked if I remembered what happened. She claimed she didn't recall anything, and she was embarrassed and apologetic for her behavior. When we were about half a mile from the car, she seemed completely herself again. I was still trying to make sense of what had happened. In the 3 years we'd been together, through both the highs and lows of life, I'd never seen her act that way. She believed in the paranormal and was convinced something dark had affected her. I wasn't so sure. I thought there must be a logical reason behind it. After looking into it, I found that there are certain plants in those woods that can cause strange reactions, from fevers to hallucinations. I figured she must have somehow come into contact with something like that, which could explain the episode. Maybe I had even brushed against it earlier in the hike, causing the anxiety I'd felt. Without any definitive answers, I settled on one simple solution: to never hike there again. Has anyone else gone through something like this? I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. Some of my most cherished memories as a child are when my mom took me to brownies. It's funny how certain things stick out more than others. I don't remember the cookie sales, but I clearly remember my mother sewing badges onto my uniform. I'm not sure if these moments linger in my mind more because I later lost my mom, and this was one of our main activities together, or because I was so curious and eager to learn at a young age. Either way, being part of brownies has remained a significant part of my life well into adulthood. I've been a regular volunteer, even though I haven't yet had children of my own to pass these experiences on to. The story I'm sharing today is one I've never written down before, so bear with me as I recount it. It was one of our annual camping trips for the troop, with plenty of food, fun activities, hiking, and things to keep the girls busy. I always helped out with meals and some of the arts and crafts. I'd often spend my own money on snacks and find activities to entertain the kids who didn't want to join in with the outdoor events. When I was young, I often felt out of place and would have preferred more art-focused activities to help me feel at ease on these trips. This trip began just like any other. The leaders were mostly moms of the kids and volunteers like myself. Early in the morning, we kicked off with a hike, something we always started with because the kids were eager to explore, and it would likely tire them out for a good night's sleep later on. The hike seemed ordinary at first, safe and routine, which is exactly what you'd want on an excursion buzzing with excited kids. Then, out of nowhere, I felt everything go completely silent. My ears and sinuses felt plugged, and all I could hear was a buzzing sound. When I snapped out of it, I took a look around and noticed that one of the girls, Katie, was missing. I quickly scanned the line of children but didn't see her. Trying not to alarm anyone, I started calling her name, walking forward to check if she might have wandered ahead with another group. I bumped into one of the moms, asked if she'd seen Katie, and must have looked panicked because she instantly came back with me and began calling Katie's name too. Several minutes passed as we kept everyone still to take inventory and see if anyone else was missing. At this point, real worry was starting to set in. We were about to contact authorities to report a missing child when we suddenly spotted Katie casually strolling off the trail, a little way into the trees. I hurried over to check on her, and she seemed completely fine. Not scared or startled, just calm and collected. I took her hand, and as we walked back to the group, someone reminded all the girls to stay in a single file and not to wander off. Normally quiet and shy, Katie was unusually chatty and full of energy, which was unlike her. I teasingly asked what had put her in such a cheerful mood, and she told me about a friend she had met in the woods, who had warned her about a man in the dark cave. I stopped, baffled. "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling uneasy. "Who did you meet in the woods? Did anyone hurt you?" She only smiled at me in a strange way, saying her new friend was nice and wouldn't harm her, but that she should stay away from the man in the dark cave. A chill went down my spine. I don't remember what else I asked her or her exact answers. I was just focused on making sure she hadn't actually encountered someone unsafe. I wondered if her imagination had simply run wild, stirred by the vastness of the forest. That night, I struggled to sleep, my mind replaying her words about the man in the dark cave. Thankfully, the rest of the weekend passed without any incidents, and everyone returned home safe and happy. I eventually buried that experience deep in my memory, and years went by without thinking of it again, until we returned to that same forest for another camping trip. I hadn't recalled the incident until one night, sitting outside again, unable to sleep. I noticed a little girl getting up from her tent. I asked if she was okay, offering to help if she needed the bathroom. She told me she was just having trouble sleeping. I explained that it could be difficult to rest when we're not in our own beds, but she said that wasn't it. She told me she'd been having nightmares, saying her friend kept waking her up, telling her she needed to see the man in the dark cave. My heart sank. I felt my hearing go faint as I asked her who was telling her to go there. She struggled to explain, so I couldn't tell if it was just a bad dream or something more. Hearing about the man in the dark cave again after so many years, this couldn't be a coincidence. I gently tucked her back in, telling her to let me know if she was woken again. She slept through the rest of the night, but I didn't close my eyes even once. The next day, we all went home, and I've never returned to that campsite. Some years back, I spent a summer as a lifeguard at a resort tucked away in the forested hills. It wasn't exactly a major vacation spot, but it did get a steady flow of guests. Many visitors came to escape city life, hike some trails, and find peace and quiet in the woods. The resort had a main lodge, several cabins scattered around, and a pool that, on most days, was used more for lounging than swimming. On one quiet afternoon, I was on lifeguard duty, keeping an eye out to make sure no one got too rowdy. The usual guests were there, mostly couples and young adults, including a group celebrating a bachelorette party. I noticed a man standing by the fence separating the pool from the rest of the property. He was dressed to swim, just watching the group of women at the bachelorette party. They were sunbathing, laughing, and chatting by the pool's shallow end. Initially, I didn't think much of it since it wasn't unusual for people to ask questions about the pool rules or hours. But this guy didn't ask anything. He just stood there, staring, and eventually tried talking to the women. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but from their uncomfortable body language and avoidance of eye contact, I could tell they weren't interested. After a few minutes, I decided to step in. I walked over casually and asked if he had a pool pass. He looked at me with a blank expression, and I thought he might argue, but he just mumbled something and walked away. The women looked relieved, and one of them, a brunette with a bright smile, thanked me, saying he had been giving them the creeps. Trying to sound cool, I told them I was just doing my job. We got to talking, and she introduced herself as Amy. Her friends, Sarah, Jen, and Cassie, were there celebrating Jen's upcoming wedding. They invited me to a little gathering at their cabin later that night. Since I didn't have plans, I decided to go. That evening, as the sun was setting and the air turned cooler, I headed to their cabin. It was cozy with a small porch overlooking the trees, and they'd set up snacks, drinks, and soft music. A few more people were supposed to join, but it ended up just being the 5 of us. We talked, laughed, and after a few drinks, someone suggested a short night walk. I wasn't thrilled, knowing the kinds of animals that roamed these woods after dark, but I went along. We took flashlights and stuck to a path that looped around the resort. As we walked, the typical sounds of the forest surrounded us, crickets chirping and leaves rustling. But after a while, I started hearing footsteps behind us, like someone was quietly following. Amy looked visibly uneasy and asked if anyone else had heard it. We stopped and listened, hearing quick, erratic movements nearby. It didn't sound like any usual forest sounds, but something more deliberate. Sarah and Jen decided they'd had enough and wanted to go back. The rest of us agreed, picking up the pace. By the time we got back, the atmosphere had shifted, and we felt a nervous tension in the air. We locked the doors, but it was hard to shake off the feeling of being watched. We tried to laugh it off, but I couldn't shake the uneasiness. Just then, Cassie and Jen decided they wanted to go back outside. Minutes later, we heard footsteps approaching the cabin. They were heavy, slow, and seemed to circle the place. Sarah froze and asked if we had locked the back door. I grabbed a flashlight and checked, feeling anxious but trying to stay calm. Just as I made sure the door was secure, we heard a loud bang at the front. Cassie and Jen burst into the room, saying someone had been chasing them through the woods. I moved to close the door, and that's when I saw him. A man with a hood was sprinting toward me. He lunged, knocking me to the floor, and I struggled as he reached for something in his waistband. Just as I thought I was done, I heard a loud thud, and the weight on me shifted. Looking up, I saw Amy holding a large stick, her face pale but resolute. She'd hit him hard, and he was out cold. We immediately called the police, who arrived surprisingly fast given the resort's secluded location. It turned out the guy was a new maintenance worker at the resort who'd just started a few days earlier. He'd been using his job to observe guests, though what he had planned that night, we'd rather not imagine. Charges were filed and he was arrested. Reflecting on it now, I still can't believe some people can have such dark intentions. My ex-boyfriend, who I'll call Jake, and I loved taking trips and exploring new places whenever we could, even if just for a weekend. We both enjoy the quiet and love to camp or hike away from crowded spots, where we can really feel secluded and get a break from the world. So, Jake heard from a colleague about a challenging trail that was supposed to be pretty isolated, and we thought it would be a fun way to test ourselves and escape for a bit. When we arrived, we found a good flat spot to set up our big tent and made ourselves comfortable before starting the hike. I was excited but a bit nervous as the trail was fairly steep. Not long into our trek, we ran into another couple hiking along the same trail. I'm naturally shy and was hoping for privacy, but the couple came over, introduced themselves, and started chatting. They were surprisingly friendly and had a lot of useful information about the area, which put us both at ease. They even suggested we continue hiking together, and we figured it wouldn't hurt since we could always split off later if we felt like it. About 45 minutes in, I started falling behind a bit, and the man, who I'll call Dan, slowed down to chat with me. At first, he was friendly, but then he started making comments about my fitness, complimenting my arms and even touching my arm and hand to emphasize his point. I pulled away, suddenly uncomfortable and wanting to distance myself. Meanwhile, when I caught up with Jake, he mentioned that the woman had also made an inappropriate comment toward him, making him feel equally uneasy. At that point, we decided to part ways, thanked them for their company, and headed back to our campsite. Once back, I realized my bracelet and ring were missing, which was odd since I rarely take them off. I racked my brain trying to figure out when I could have lost them. Then it hit me when Dan had touched my arm. Jake offered to search the trail the next morning to see if he could spot them, and we went to bed early. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by the sound of a branch snapping, followed by what sounded like faint whispers. I nudged Jake awake, and he listened quietly before peeking out of the tent. He suddenly called out, asking someone what they were doing there, and it turned out to be the couple. They claimed to have wandered over because they saw a bear nearby and wanted to warn us. Jake thanked them but came back into the tent, put his finger to his lips, and whispered, "Grab what you can and get in the car." He didn't explain at first but was firm. We quickly packed up the essentials, even half-packed the tent, and drove off immediately. Later, Jake told me he had seen Dan holding a knife and felt unsafe staying there. When we got home, I decided to look them up online, using the names they had given us. What I found left me chilled. A couple with those names had died on a camping trip years before. The photos confirmed they were not the people we met. What they wanted with us, whether it was to rob us or something more sinister, I'll never know. But I'm glad we trusted our instincts and left when we did. A tale of black-eyed kids in the forest. I've hesitated to share this, but it's been weighing on my mind, and maybe putting it out there will help me process what happened. This isn't just a spooky story. It's something that actually occurred earlier this year. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and my two closest friends, Sam and Ryan, have been with me through thick and thin. We went to the same high school, played on the basketball team together, and even went to the same university. In May, Ryan's father passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack. The loss hit Ryan harder than anything I'd ever seen, and he spiraled into a dark place after the funeral. Sam and I did everything we could to support him, but nothing seemed to lift his spirits. Then, one night, Ryan called us and suggested we take a camping trip like we used to. He said he needed a break from the city to clear his head, and Sam and I agreed that it might be just what he needed. We decided on Shawnee National Forest in southern Ohio, a vast, dense area with thick woods and few visitors. Sam had recently bought a small RV camper. Not fancy, but it had the essentials: a couple of bunks, a kitchenette, and most importantly, a heater for cold nights. We packed our gear on a Friday afternoon: sleeping bags, hiking equipment, a cooler of food and drinks, and set off. The drive was filled with our usual joking, though Ryan was more reserved than usual. We didn't push him, we just let him be. When we arrived, we chose a secluded spot off the main trails. We wanted some privacy, far from other campers, so we navigated narrow dirt paths until we found a clearing surrounded by towering pines. Felt right. After setting up, we started a fire, grilled some hot dogs, and spent the evening reminiscing under a sky full of stars. Sam, who's a stargazing enthusiast, lay back and said, "Look at that view. You don't see this back home." I agreed, and it was nice to see Ryan smiling a bit as he sipped his drink. Around midnight, Sam had a wild idea. "I'm sleeping on the roof of the camper tonight," he announced, not wanting to miss the stars. Ryan chuckled. "You're crazy." Sam grinned and climbed up with his sleeping bag. Ryan and I decided to head inside. It was cozy, 2 small bunks with just enough room to stand. As I lay in my bunk scrolling on my phone, I noticed Ryan lying across from me, staring at the ceiling. "Doing okay?" I asked. He sighed. "Yeah, just thinking about Dad. He would have loved this." I nodded, and after a few moments of silence, we began to drift off. Sometime later, a gentle knocking sound woke me. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but it came again. A faint, deliberate tap on the camper door. "Ryan, did you hear that?" I whispered. He stirred. "Hear what?" I told him, "Someone's knocking." We both listened, and there it was again. "Maybe it's Sam messing with us," Ryan suggested, just as my phone buzzed with a text from Sam. "Are you guys awake?" "Yeah," I replied. "Are you knocking on the door?" His response made my heart skip. "Nope, but I see someone outside." I showed the text to Ryan, who looked as confused as I felt. "Why would kids be out here at this hour?" he asked. "I have no idea," I replied. We decided to investigate. I called out through the door. "Hello? Do you need help?" A small voice replied, "We need to use your phone." Something about the voice felt strange. Too flat, too robotic. "Where are your parents?" Ryan asked. "Please let us in," the voice said again, insistently. I felt an uneasy chill. We can call someone for you. Just give us a number." Silence. The voice repeated, "We need to come in. Let us in." My phone buzzed again with a text from Sam. "Don't let them in. Something's not right." I typed back, "What's wrong?" He replied, "Their eyes. They're completely black." A cold shiver ran through me as I showed the message to Ryan. "What does that even mean?" he whispered. "I don't know, but Sam seems serious," I replied. The knocking grew louder, more demanding. "Let us in," the voices insisted, sounding firmer and more desperate. Trying to keep calm, I called back, "We can get you help, but you'll need to wait outside." "No," the voice insisted. "You must invite us in." Ryan asked, "Why do you need an invitation?" The voice pleaded, "Please, we just want to come in." Another buzz came from Sam. "They're acting weird. They keep looking up here, but it's like they can't see me." I replied, "Should we call for help?" But Sam reminded me we were too far out for reliable cell service. Meanwhile, Ryan was growing more uneasy. "What do we do?" he whispered. "Just keep the door locked," I said. The knocking stopped, and then we heard footsteps circling the camper. They were slow and deliberate, crunching on leaves. Ryan whispered, "They're walking around." We stayed quiet, listening. The footsteps paused right outside one of the windows, and the voice came again, "Please let us in." I cautiously peered through the curtain but could only make out a small figure near the window. Then we heard a soft thump from above. Sam texted, "They're trying to climb up here." I typed back, "Be careful." He replied, "They said something strange. It sounded like, 'Your friends can't help you.'" I showed the text to Ryan, who whispered, "This is getting too weird." Feeling a surge of adrenaline, I opened the door just enough to call Sam inside. As he climbed down from the roof, we heard one of the voices say, "You've made a mistake." We hurried inside and locked the door behind us. "What is going on?" Ryan asked. "I don't know," Sam replied. "But those kids, their eyes were all black." Thinking it might be a prank, I said, "Maybe they're wearing contacts or something." But Sam was adamant, "Not out here, in the middle of nowhere." My phone buzzed again, this time from an unknown number. "You can't hide from us." My hands shook as I showed it to the others. "Did either of you give out our numbers?" They shook their heads, looking equally bewildered. The footsteps resumed, circling the camper faster this time. "This is messed up," Sam said. Ryan asked, "Should we call for help?" I tried to dial 911, but the call wouldn't connect. "No service," I muttered. Ryan tried his phone too, with the same result. The voices returned, now sounding irritated. "This is your last chance. Let us in." We huddled together, ignoring the voices, hoping they would leave. After what felt like hours, everything finally went silent. Ryan peeked out the window, seeing nothing. "Maybe they're gone," he whispered. We waited another half hour before deciding it was safe. Quietly, we gathered our things and stepped outside. The woods were eerily silent, the fire down to embers. Just as we were about to get into the camper, a voice called out from the darkness, "Do you think you're leaving?" I spun around, but saw nothing. "Who's out here?" I shouted, trying to sound brave. Silence. "Let's just go," Sam urged. We scrambled into the camper, and Ryan started the engine. As we pulled away, the headlights caught two figures at the edge of the clearing. They looked like children, their faces hidden in shadow. "Did you see that?" Ryan muttered, his knuckles white on the wheel. "Just drive," I said. We didn't stop until we reached a gas station miles away. We sat in the brightly lit station, shaken. "What just happened?" Ryan asked, his hands trembling. "I don't know," Sam replied. "But those kids, whatever they were, weren't normal." Back at home, I searched for answers and found numerous stories about black-eyed children, accounts that were eerily similar to ours. I showed my friends the information, and we read through tales of people who encountered children with entirely black eyes who sought entry into homes or vehicles. Ryan eventually started attending grief counseling and seemed to find some peace. He later said to me, "Maybe facing something unexplainable made me realize I can't control everything." I was glad he was healing, but added, "Let's skip camping for a while." We all agreed with nervous laughter. Life settled back to normal, and none of us have received any more strange messages. I hope this was a one-time encounter, something we'll never fully understand. But if you ever find yourself alone in a remote place and hear a knock from someone begging to be let in, think twice before you open that door. Stay safe. Don't go camping in the woods on reservation land. It was a summer tradition. When I was 12, I'd spend my summers visiting family on the reservation while living in the city for the rest of the year. This trip was extra special since I'd have more time with my cousins. Leo, who was 15, Sarah, who was my age, and Max, who was 10. Their cabin lay nestled deep in the forest, surrounded by tall pines and the soothing sounds of nature, a world apart from the city's chaos. The air was crisp, the nights calm, and a peace lingered that was rare anywhere else. One evening, as we sat on the porch watching the sunset, the grown-ups chatted indoors, laughter floating through the open windows. Leo grinned mischievously. "What if we went camping tonight?" he suggested. Sarah raised an eyebrow. "You know, Grandma and Grandpa would never allow it. They've told us 100 times. Don't wander into the woods after dark." Leo just smirked. "That's why we don't tell them," he replied. I could see Max wasn't entirely comfortable. "What if we get caught?" he murmured. I was torn. An adventure under the stars sounded thrilling, but sneaking out, it didn't feel right. "Maybe we could just ask them?" I suggested. Leo shook his head. "They'd just say no." "Come on, it'll be fun. We'll set up a tent, tell stories, and be back by dawn." Sarah turned to me. "What do you think, Sam?" I hesitated but thought about the fun memories this would make. "All right, I'm in, but we have to be cautious."
Max sighed reluctantly.
"Fine, but if we get in trouble, it's on you, Leo." We waited until the house was silent, everyone asleep by midnight. Gathering our supplies, we quietly slipped out the back door and into the woods. The moonlight pierced through branches, lighting up familiar trails that now felt eerie in the dark. After a 15-minute walk, we found a small clearing near a brook, a spot we'd visited many times, but it looked entirely different at night. Setting up the tent was a bit of a struggle, but eventually we managed. Sitting around a small, battery-powered lantern, we basked in the low light, surrounded by the symphony of crickets and an occasional owl hoot. "Who's got a scary story?" Leo asked, rubbing his hands.
"Ido!"
Sarah exclaimed. "Ever heard of the Shadow Raven?"
Max shuddered.
"I hate that story. Too bad," she teased. The Shadow Raven is an evil spirit that steals the souls of the sick to add years to its own life. It can appear as a raven or a human, but only shamans can see its true form. "That's creepy," I admitted. "How about this one?" Leo interjected. "The dear lady?" Sarah rolled her eyes. "You know that's just meant to keep kids out of the woods." "Whatever. They say she appears as a beautiful woman to lure people into the forest. But once they're far enough, she reveals her true form, hooves for feet and a deer-like face." Max looked truly frightened. "Can we talk about something else?" I tried to lighten the mood. "How about the legend of the sky beings, benevolent creatures who came down to share wisdom with our ancestors?" "That's not scary," Leo objected, shaking his head. "Exactly," I said, smiling. But Leo wasn't done. He looked around and lowered his voice. "Grandpa told me something once. Something he said was true. Sarah glanced at him warily. "What are you talking about?" He said that when he was younger, he saw a skin shifter. The mood shifted instantly. We'd all heard of these dark figures, sorcerers who transform into animals to cause harm. Our elders rarely discussed them, and when they did, it was with a sense of foreboding. "Leo, maybe we shouldn't talk about that," Sarah whispered. "Come on, it's just a story." Max hugged his knees. We should listen to Sarah, but now I was curious. What did Grandpa say? Leo took a deep breath. One night, he was helping his father gather wood and got separated. Suddenly, he saw a coyote standing on its hind legs, staring at him. At first, he thought he was seeing things, but then it started walking toward him, its body twisting unnaturally. He froze, terrified. Its face looked like a human's, stretched and distorted over the coyote's skull. It whispered his name in a voice that wasn't human. He ran home, and his father performed a ceremony to protect him. We sat in silence, the forest seeming to grow even quieter, as if it was listening. Sarah looked furious. "Why would you tell us that? It's just a story," Leo muttered, though he looked a bit uneasy himself. "Do you think they're real?" Max asked in a small voice. I wasn't sure what to believe. "Let's just go to sleep," I suggested finally. We all agreed and crawled into the tent. It was cramped but comforting to be close together. Lying there, I found it hard to sleep. Every sound from outside startled me. Hours passed, and finally, at around 3 a.m., I started to doze off until I heard it. A faint shuffling, like someone dragging their feet through the leaves. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Sarah rolled over to face me. "Hear what?" "Shoo," Leo hissed. The shuffling grew louder, followed by a soft, labored breathing. Max sat up, eyes wide with fear. "What is that?" he mouthed. Leo reached for his flashlight, signaling for us to stay silent. Slowly, he unzipped the tent, just enough to peek outside. We all crowded around, straining to see. First, there was nothing. Then, from behind a tree, a figure appeared. It had the body of a coyote, but with grotesque, elongated limbs, patches of missing fur, and skin stretched tight over bones. But the head was worst of all, like someone had forced a human face over a coyote skull. Its sunken eyes glowed faintly, and its mouth hung open in a twisted, silent scream. It moved jerkily, circling our camp, wheezing with each step. We held our breath, too terrified to move. Max clutched my arm, squeezing tightly. Leo lowered the tent flap and turned off the flashlight. "Stay quiet," he whispered. "Maybe it'll go away." We huddled together, listening to the creature shuffle around us, closer and closer. Suddenly, we heard it whisper, "Help me." Its voice sounded distorted, like someone imitating human speech. Max began to cry softly. Sarah covered his mouth to muffle him. "Don't respond," Leo mouthed. The creature pressed against the tent, its shadow looming, its rotten smell permeating the air. "Why won't you help me?" it rasped. I shut my eyes, silently praying it would leave. After what felt like hours, the shuffling began to fade, and the wheezing grew distant until, finally, the forest's natural sounds returned. Dawn was still hours away, but none of us dared to sleep. When daylight finally broke, we packed up quickly. No one spoke as we exited the woods, returning home to find our family waiting on the porch, looking angry and worried. "Where have you been?" Grandma demanded. Leo looked down. "We went camping, after we specifically told you not to." Grandpa's voice was stern. Sarah stepped forward, apologizing. Once inside, we gathered at the kitchen table, and Grandpa looked at us seriously. "Did anything happen out there?" We exchanged looks, and I finally spoke up. "Yes, sir. We saw something." He nodded as if he'd expected it. Leo described the creature, its twisted body and human-like face, and Grandpa listened intently before saying, "It's what our people call they who change." "Why didn't you warn us?" Sarah asked. "Because speaking of them draws them close," Grandma explained gently. That afternoon, our family performed a cleansing ritual, filling the cabin with the scent of sage. The experience stayed with me long after, a reminder to respect the unknown and heed the advice of those before us. Even today, I sometimes think about that night, grateful for the lessons we learned the hard way. Hide Behind Encounter story. Growing up on a 250-acre family farm meant plenty of space to wander, the freedom to explore, and a solitude you can rarely find elsewhere. By the time I was 17, I was used to hard work. My dad managed the farm with a firm but fair approach, and I gladly helped out when I could. One summer evening, Dad mentioned he needed some trees cleared in the furthest part of the woods and offered me a good rate for the work. More than usual. I was saving up to buy a second-hand dirt bike from a friend, so I jumped at the chance. The next morning, I packed up the truck with all the tools I'd need, loading everything in a sturdy trailer Dad let me use. The part of the woods he wanted cleared was a fair distance over rough trails, in an area we didn't visit often. By the time I reached the spot, the sun was sinking, casting a golden glow across the fields. The drive took about half an hour, and the path became narrower and more overgrown as I went deeper. When I finally arrived, I took a moment to appreciate the quiet. Tall trees surrounded me, and the wind whistled through the leaves. I began work, the chainsaw's buzz filling the air. The first few trees came down smoothly. Then, out of nowhere, I felt like I was being watched. I paused, cutting the engine and listening. Just the usual forest sounds, so I shrugged it off and kept working. A couple of hours later, during a break, I noticed something odd. One of the trees I'd felled earlier was missing.
I åkte over, puzzled.
The stump was cleanly cut, but the tree itself was nowhere to be seen. I looked around, thinking maybe I dragged it off and forgotten, but there was no sign of it. Shaking it off, I went back to work. As the day wore on, strange little things started to bother me. Shadows seemed to flicker just outside my vision, and once I thought I heard faint laughter. Probably just the wind, I told myself, since I was the only one out there. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Long after sunset, I sat down for a late meal. While eating, I felt that prickling sensation again, the hairs on my neck rising. I scanned the area, but nothing seemed out of place. Then, I heard a rustling sound about 20 yards away. Bushes shook as if something large was moving through them. I stood up. "Hello," I called out, but no response. Animals like deer or foxes were common, even a bear now and then, but this felt different. I decided to finish up quickly, packing the last logs onto the trailer. By then, it was deep into the night, and the woods were silent except for the nocturnal sounds starting up. I checked my watch. Midnight had come and gone without me noticing. I called home, letting Mom know I'd camp out there for the night rather than drive back in the dark. After hanging up, I set up a simple camp with a small tent I kept in the truck. I started a small fire, cooking canned beans and hot dogs, enjoying the quiet. Dad had lent me a book about history, and I read it for a while by the fire. After a bit, I tossed another log on the fire, listening to the crackling. The stillness was soon interrupted by the sound of dry leaves crunching, like someone stepping nearby. I looked up, staring into the dark just beyond the fire's glow. Just an animal, I told myself, though the sense of being watched had returned, more intense than before. I decided to turn in, dousing the fire and leaving only a few embers before crawling into my tent. Lying there, I couldn't shake the feeling of something lurking outside. Eventually, I fell asleep, only to be woken by a loud thud. My eyes shot open. The noise had come from near the truck. I listened, catching faint, irregular breathing sounds. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The moonlight made everything look eerie, casting shadows, but nothing seemed out of place at first. Then I saw it. A shadow moving from tree to tree, too large to be any animal I knew. Stayed just out of full view, like it knew where I'd be looking. Grabbing my flashlight, I pointed it toward the trees, my hand shaking. The breathing grew louder, moving closer. Then, for a second, I saw something, a tall, thin figure slipping behind a tree. I knew I needed to get out of there. Slowly, I backed into the tent, packed my few belongings, and emerged cautiously, heading for the truck. The trailer was heavy with logs, and maneuvering it quickly wasn't going to be easy. My heart pounded as I unhitched it, metal clanging in the quiet night. Then, from behind me, I heard a low growl. I didn't dare look back. Jumping into the truck, I floored it, the tires spinning before catching traction. I sped down the trail, branches scraping the sides. In the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a shadowy figure on the path, but it vanished as I rounded a bend. When I finally reached the farmhouse, I parked and just sat there, gripping the wheel. I didn't tell my parents everything, just that I'd come back early. They noticed the missing trailer, and I said I'd left it, planning to retrieve it the next day. That night, I barely slept, thinking of what I'd seen. The next morning, Dad and I drove back. The trailer was still there, loaded with logs, and everything seemed normal in the daylight. "Why'd you leave it out here?" Dad asked. I muttered something about trouble maneuvering, and we hitched it up. Before we left, I glanced back at the trees. For a moment, I thought I saw something slip behind a trunk, but it could have been just shadows. Back at the house, I went to the bookshelf in Dad's study. I remembered reading a book on folklore years ago, and I found it, scanning the pages until I came to an entry on a creature called the Hide-Behind. The Hide-Behind was said to stalk those alone in the woods, staying just out of sight. It could twist its body to hide behind the thinnest trees, leaving victims with a sense of dread and the feeling of being watched before they disappeared without a trace. The similarities were too eerie. I casually asked Dad, "Ever hear stories about weird stuff in the woods?" He chuckled. "Your grandpa used to tell tales about strange creatures, some old lumberjack legends." When I mentioned the Hide-Behind, he nodded. "All legends have a sliver of truth," he said. "Best to be careful out there." From then on, I stayed closer to the farm. A few weeks later, I shared the story with a friend who surprised me by not laughing. "You're not the only one," he said. "Old-timers around here tell stories of strange happenings, too. Some won't go into the woods after dark anymore." It was oddly comforting but unsettling to know I wasn't alone. Now I'm careful whenever I'm out there. The woods feel different, both captivating and unnerving. What do you think? Do you believe in the Hide-Behind? The Beast is here. Last summer, my friend Sarah and I planned a trip to Italy. We had both just finished university and wanted to take a little adventure before starting our jobs. After saving up money from part-time work, we planned a 2-week journey across the Italian countryside. We started our trip in Rome, ticking off all the major sites like the Colosseum and the Vatican. But our true interest lay off the beaten path. So we made our way south to explore rural regions for what we called the real Italy. One area that drew our attention was the region of Avellino. Sarah had come across it in a mystery book, fascinated by tales of a creature known as the Beast of Avellino, which supposedly haunted the area centuries ago. I'm a bit of a history enthusiast, so I was excited too. We arrived in a small mountain village named Foligno, with cobblestone roads and old stone houses. The locals were welcoming but became quiet whenever we mentioned the beast. One elderly woman even crossed herself and muttered something under her breath. We found a small inn for the night and planned a hike through the nearby forest. The innkeeper, an older man named Franco, advised us to stick to the marked trails. People get lost easily, he said in his heavy accent, and the wolves have been seen more often lately. Wolves? Sarah's eyes lit up, and he reassured us that they usually avoided humans. The next morning, we packed some snacks and set off. The forest was beautiful, with tall trees overhead and the smell of fresh pine all around. Birds chirped as we hiked along, making the experience everything we'd hoped for. After a couple of hours, we came across a narrow, overgrown path not on our map. Sarah, ever the explorer, wanted to take it. "Come on, Emily," she insisted, tugging my arm. "This is exactly what we came for." I hesitated. "Franco said to stay on the trail," I replied. She rolled her eyes, saying, "Are you afraid the beast is going to get us?" I laughed and followed her. The path led us deeper into the woods, where the trees grew denser and the light dimmed. It was eerie but also enchanting. After about an hour, we discovered a clearing with the ruins of an old stone cabin, moss-covered and reclaimed by nature. Curious, we decided to look around. "I wonder who lived here," Sarah said, touching the rough stone. I noticed strange carvings on one of the walls, odd symbols rather than words. "Check this out," I called to Sarah. She squinted at them, saying, "Maybe it's an old language." Just then, we heard a rustling in the trees behind us. We both froze, and I whispered, "It's probably just an animal." Sarah, suddenly unsure, suggested we head back. As we turned, I glimpsed a large, dark figure moving through the trees. "Did you see that?" I asked, heart pounding. "See what?" she replied. We stood together, staring at the forest, which had fallen into an eerie silence. "Let's go," Sarah whispered, and we hurried back the way we came, trying to keep calm. Every so often, I heard a snap or rustle behind us. Glancing back, I saw nothing, but an unsettling feeling grew. Soon, we realized we had lost our original trail. "Are we lost?" I asked, trying to keep calm, but Sarah was insistent, looking around for familiar landmarks. We pulled out the map, but it was useless. Under the thick forest canopy, our phones had no signal, and the GPS wasn't working. I took a deep breath. "Okay, let's retrace our steps." Just then, a low growl came from the trees. Both of us heard it. Sarah tried to joke that it might be my stomach, but I could tell she was frightened. We started moving faster, the growling sound getting closer. Suddenly, Sarah screamed, and I turned to see a huge animal step out of the shadows. It looked like a wolf, but much larger, with tangled fur and glowing yellow eyes. "Run!" I shouted, and we sprinted through the trees, branches scratching our arms and faces. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush behind us. My lungs burned, but adrenaline pushed me on. Then, out of nowhere, Sarah tripped on a root and fell. I skidded to a stop, rushing back to help her. "Come on," I urged, pulling her to her feet. The creature was closing in, snarling. In a panic, we turned left and spotted a rocky incline. Scrambling up, hoping it couldn't follow. At the top, we stumbled onto a marked trail. Relief washed over me as I pointed to a sign showing the way back to the village. But before we could catch our breath, the beast appeared below, staring up with its piercing eyes. It let out a howl that echoed through the trees. "Go!" Sarah shouted, and we raced down the trail, the creature out of sight but fear driving us onward. After what felt like forever, we burst out of the forest and onto a road, where a van was parked. An older man unloading crates looked up, startled. We ran toward him, gasping, "Please help us." He waved us into the van without hesitation, and we sped back to the village. "What happened?" he asked in broken English. Something chased us, Sarah replied, catching her breath. He nodded, muttering, "The beast." Back at the inn, Franco took one look at us and sighed. "You left the trail, didn't you?" We apologized, saying we had seen something in the woods that defied belief. Franco shook his head. "The beast is not just a tale. Many have seen it." When Sarah asked why no one did anything about it, he shrugged. "It's a curse that haunts this land." That night, we locked our door and closed the shutters, barely sleeping. The next morning, we cut our trip short, heading back to Rome. Before we left, Franco handed me a small pendant with a protective symbol. "For safety," he said. We thanked him and left, eager to put distance between us and those dark woods. Back in Rome, the whole experience seemed surreal, but the nightmares that followed reminded me it had been real. Sarah and I don't talk about it much. When people ask about our trip, we focus on the highlights, the historic sites, the food, the art. No one would believe our story anyway, but I sometimes wonder what else is out there, lurking in the hidden parts of the world. We were lucky to escape Avellino alive.